Hello, low, low. Are you here? But speaking of, what is going on, my frosty friends? My name is Roycasters. Welcome back to Discord Dungeons and Dragons with the Solaris. Say hi, guys.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hello. I'm sorry. Oh man, it's been
meeting you here.
I say it's been too fancy meeting you here. Oh, it's been 2 weeks.
What are you doing on this Saturday night?
Oh my. Well, I see you taking a right and
What am I? Doing your job, I see.
gosh, what is I'm trying to remember which old school anime it was where it was just like everybody's like got like everyone's like an actual like saying their lines or whatever, and then there was just the one guy going like, "Hey, you darn kids, what are you doing here?" Like somebody
Oh,
just
that sounds familiar.
like somebody just phoned it in. I think it was like an episode of Cowboy Bebop or something like that.
That sounds about right.
Like it was just like there was one like so they needed a voice for a character, and they're just like Larry. You know what I say? Can you do a voice? Sure. All right, cool. Get in there.
Just can you do a voice?
That's how Bucky's voice actors sound like.
Dude, no. They sound like throwaway actors. So they can get anyone famous to do any of their roles. Everyone's just a fucking throwaway character. Even Baki.
Bucky sounds like a throwaway character.
Exactly.
And, like, the lip syncing they need to do and like the emphasis on the words, it's so great because like he'll be saying a sentence and be like ba 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 ba. A long dramatic pause, and like the words that they put emphasis on is like then. It's so good. It's so good.
Oh man,
I don't know.
that's that makes me think of the filler arcs for Dragon Ball Z when I was a kid, where it was just like they were like the lip flaps from like because it was all in Japanese, like trying to do the lip flaps for for English. It's like, allow me to tell you something in my language. And it was just like it was obviously that Frieza was laughing, but they did that instead. It's like, what the hell are you doing? Like, what?
Yeah.
Why
Like,
did you?
another one that's really good.
Hmm?
If you were a kitty, I'd give you milk. If you were a dog, I'd pat your head. But because you are a person, I'm going to tell you good job.
Well,
That works.
And that's the original dub, by the way. That's in the original dub. That is not a bridge.
is that?
Oh God.
Is that from Baki?
No, that's from Frieza complimenting Ginyu for getting the Dragon Balls.
Oh, fucking! Because I was like, wait a minute. I'm pretty confident Martin did that exact same line to Ginyu in his audition tape.
Yeah, no, that was in the dub.
That's hilarious because like in Martin's audition for TFS to play Frieza, he literally was just like, "What if I was a giraffe?" What? What if I was a giraffe? I don't know. What would you want me to do? What if I was a goat? A dirty, dirty goat. What would you do to me? I don't know. What would you want me to do to you? Oh, something me and you would both regret. I hired an idiot.
God.
So good.
It's so
I love
fucking.
how that's an actual line in the dub because of the lip syncing they need.
Yeah, literally, because it started off with like, if you were a kitty, I'd give you warm milk. If you were, and it was just like I remember that line, and I'm like, is that fucking? But did he like take that from another show? Oh my
I brought
god!
up Dragon Ball and it's like it's bad lip syncing. That reminded me of that scene of fucking Frieza complimenting Ginyu in like the weirdest way possible.
Oh my god!
It's also better because like if you compare it to the Dragon Ball Z Bridge where he's just like I hate puppies.
I mean, you know, to each their own, I guess. Oh man, this is why I watched the original Dragon Ball Z dub rather than watching Kai, which I know the argument could be made where it's like, oh, but Kai cuts out all the filler and all that stuff, and it's like, yeah, but they also like ruin some of the best moments by making their music the fucking loud, like turn it up to like 1,000 decibels.
Ooh, that's miserable.
Like like, and of course, naturally, anybody who watches Dragon Ball Z or doesn't know, which the show is really old, you should know it by now.
I watched the original dub until I get to the Frieza arc because, my God, I can't stand it.
Yeah, that one, absolutely. You have no arguments here. By God, save yourself.
Like, oh my God, his voice is so bad.
The-
Like, it goes from like this. Like, I was so used to I don't know who voices Frieza now, but like the snide, cocky Emperor.
Oh,
And it was like just this fucking alien monster guy. Yeah.
oh gosh, he unfortunately the actor who played Frieza in Kai and in Super, unfortunately Chris Ayres, unfortunately he passed away like only within the last 2 years. But God, he did such a fucking amazing job. He was so good, so petulant, absolutely fucking evil, and I loved it. It was awesome. But it's unfortunate that he passed away. It was a freak accident too. I mean, it couldn't be helped. It's just at the same time, like, I look back, like, that's the only one that I'm like, okay, you know what? That some of the voice actors updated are really good, but like,
One of the lines I really love is whenever Goku's trying to recruit Frieza for the Tournament of Power, and then just one line really fucking hard. He was just like, "I have a halo like a cherub when it should be a crown like a king."
Oh man, I honestly, whenever I think of like Chris Ayres Frieza, I think one of my favorite lines is still like how cold Frieza was to Kaba during the Tournament of Power.
Yeah.
God, it's so good. Damn, because he's such a dick. Like, so petty, and he's just like, I hate you monkeys. It's like,
He already hates Saiyans, and like this one's a good-hearted Saiyan, so he's like, ugh.
just, oh my gosh. But not the point. Basically, the only comment I was trying to make on it was that, and Herma, you could probably verify this because like you're literally going to college for music and everything. But I say one of the cardinal sins is like music is supposed to add to the scene, not be the primary focus unless that is what you were trying to do.
Right.
But I say, and
Like most of the music you'll see like used in TV shows and media is rather simple at its core because it's just trying to emulate a feeling.
yeah, and the thing is that the reason why I don't like Kai's music is mainly because one of my favorite moments in all of Dragon Ball Z is Vegeta's sacrifice, like Vegeta's atonement. It is legitimately one of the best scenes in anime in my opinion, because it's just this character who literally had to go through 4 seasons to finally turn their goddamn lives around and have some character development. And legitimately, like, it was so good and the speech was so good, but the thing is in Kai, it's literally like it's basically like they're trying to whisper it because the music is so fucking loud you can't hear anything.
Yeah, I haven't watched Kai really except for the Frieza arc, so I can't say a whole lot.
Like, do me a favor at some point, like, not now, but do me a favor, like, at some point watch that scene in Kai and look at me and say like, oh no, it was fine. Like, because I talked to my friend M and he was like, no, I thought it was fine. I'm like, dude, I cannot hear them. Like, the music is too loud.
I'll give it a listen.
It's legit.
Now, it's 9:30.
Yeah, we should get started. I apologize. I just ugh. God, just talk about things that like I get upset about it because it's just like, why? But anyway,
Completely understand.
but let's go ahead and get back into this with what happened last time on D&D. Speaking of Dragon Ball, the Solaires. After successfully defeating the abyssal avatar of Demogorgon, the party decided they needed to hunt down a weapon that was formerly wielded by the Main, known as the Holy Avenger. They had to enter the Exeter Desert, but with the guidance of Ison Summer, who is a master ranger and understands this terrain better than pretty much anybody in Uskar or the Exeter Desert. Traveling with her, the party was able to successfully get through the majority of Uskar and the majority of the Exeter Desert with very minimal problems. And because she's a master ranger and a master guide, literally you guys have been making rapid distance not being slowed down or stumbling, only really having to rest whenever night came or whenever a sandstorm was making its way through during the day. But after making quite a bit of headway, the party finally found the battlegrounds that the main had fought. The main had fought against a colossal demon. Oh, speaking of, rewatching that stream, I forgot to mention, because you guys were digging and everything, you guys would have found ginormous bones in the sand. Because the demon was slaughtered and killed with a sword that made them permanently die. Like on the material plane. So with your guys' digging, like a little bit of a retcon, while you guys were digging, you guys would have found very large bones. And like legitimately it was like if I had to make a size comparison, like some of these bones were, like they'd be the size of like some of the dragons you guys have fought. But that was more like its skull. Like when I say the main had to fight a gargantuan demon, I mean an actual gargantuan demon.
Yeah.
Like if I had to make a
No doubt now.
if I had to make a size comparison, this demon would probably be the size of an adult oh god, what are they called? Fuck me. An adult ghost leviathan from Subnautica.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, like a demon of that size.
Oh, that's scary.
Oh, horrifying. And like the main explained, like it wasn't just him. He's just the one who landed the final blow. It took his whole crew and a decent amount of the military to actually take the demon down. Like he just happened to be the one to track it down, like to like the last man standing, essentially. There's a reason why he owed his life to the magic user who got him out. Because it's like,
yeah,
at the end of the day, like
understandable.
he was dying, and he would have explained to you guys that like the magic which you guys couldn't heal, he had to deal with that, and he was down to like 1 HP. He was horrifically wounded. Like just that was something I like rewatching. I'm like, fucking stupid DM, fucking goddamn it. Just one of those instances of like looking back, it's like I must have been tired, or I must not have had my notes like right in front of me, because that should have been like one of the bigger points of that fight. It's like, why did he leave it behind? Why would he leave such a powerful weapon behind? It's like, listen, man, he had to fucking go.
Yeah, he was on the verge of death.
Yeah, like legitimately, he was dying.
Makes sense.
But that being said, you guys can, with the help of Ice and Summer, you guys were able to do a bit of work, and digging downwards, you guys eventually fell into a tunnel. Like, this is something, and a fun fact, a lot of people don't realize this. This actually does exist in the desert, where there are tunnels underneath the sand that can stand. It's not something that a lot of people realize, is that like tunnels can be carved in it, even though the sands constantly change. It's a weird, like, the substance of the sand kind of mixes in with like soil, where there actually can be like structured caves in the sand. It's just very rare. But point being is the fact that the Blue decided to head down to take a look at it and realized that these were tracks. A creature was digging through the sand, and using your guys' knowledge, were able to determine that more than likely the weapon was taken in that direction. Which the party, if I remember correctly, you all can remind me, you guys made the decision that you wanted to try to follow the tracks rather than following it above surface, follow it under the ground. And I say, unless I got that incorrect, you guys can tell me now. But if I remember correctly, that is exactly the plan you guys decided to do.
Seems right to me.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Right, so you guys drop down, and this, I've explained this before, that this tunnel is quite huge. Like, this is, size comparison, roughly about 25, 30 feet wide, and about 30, 40 feet tall. So it's a very big cave, like a very big tunnel.
I mean, yeah, it's fucking Hydra Tunnel.
And you were able to determine that with the number of tracks and everything. If I remember correctly, if I don't know if the rolls are still on here.
It was me.
Yeah, it was the natural 20. You were able to determine what made the
Yeah.
tracks.
Yep. Data fucking Hydra.
You know that data fucking Hydra. But then again, you were warned that this was a Yanti territory and that they use Hydras to like collect things from specific areas in the desert.
That's a big Hydra.
And then I remember
Hard.
you rolled to try to understand their religion, and you rolled a natural one. That's like, oh,
I got a 1.
I don't fucking care what they worship. Those guys are bastards. So, you guys are currently in a massive tunnel, currently underground. It is a lot cooler down here. Like, it is, like, you're out of the direct sunlight. You're not having, like, whoa.
Whoa.
Tell me how you really feel, Tiny.
What?
I hear a dog through your mic.
Hold on, I'll close my window.
It's just, I try to explain. It's just like, you're not in direct sunlight. Burf,
Plus,
Burf.
God damn it.
burf,
I'd
burf.
yell at you if your owner wasn't dead. Anyways. Oh shit. Okay, hold. Just fucking fell off my bed and okay, back.
I was just laughing because I could only think of it's just like yeah, you're out of direct sunlight. You're in the it's not as hot down here. Barf, barf, barf. Jeez, tell me how you really feel.
Would Blue be able to play music in this tunnel?
Yes, actually, you would be able to play it. You would know. You know what? Actually, roll me a nature check.
Nature. Blue knows nature.
He knows nature. He
I
does.
just knows a bit more about nature than I thought he did. God damn. Nature 7 plus 7.
Oh, so 24.
24.
So with a 24, you would know, yeah, you would be able to play music down here, but obviously, like, might not want to crank it up to 11, considering the fact that this is sand. But I say this isn't
Just gonna.
not a classic cave structure.
What's
Just
the
gonna-
worst that could happen? Come on, crank
And
that
he's
shit up. Play me some tunes.
crank that shit up to 12.
Oh,
He's
shit.
just gonna pluck at his lute and go, Secret tunnel, secret tunnel,
Through the
through the
desert.
desert.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I mean, hell yeah. But the thing is that you would know that like this cave is probably like if it's padded down this strong and of this size and able to hold, it means whatever made this was strong enough to compact the sand. So like it's a solid structure, but you would know that like playing your music too loud would probably cause certain packs to probably break. And like you don't really know too much about cave-ins when it comes to sand, but you know, you've got the Delver clause. You feel like it would probably be an emergency situation at that point.
Yeah. It was just lightly plucking.
Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah.
But to just finish explaining, like, anybody who doesn't have dark vision, obviously, like, you can't see anything because, like, you are completely out of sunlight. It is dark as shit. But most of you guys either have dark vision or you guys have goggles or anything that allow you to have dark vision. The masks give you 5 feet of true sight, but it's not that much.
Yeah, 5 feet is like
I got
pretty much running into things almost still.
Like it's.
my human eyes.
Speaking of, by the way, just wanted to get a quick checkup on what you guys are wearing. Like, how many of you guys are using the masks of True Sight, and how many of you are just like kind of having it in your pocket until you need it?
I would
Darn, I
have
will be
mine on
wearing
right
one.
now.
It's in my pocket
Okay,
because it's kind of hard to use my specs with it on.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
So Garnand, yes.
Mm.
Kazir, yes.
Blue likes having his on.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Would Belwraith wear his, or would Belwraith just have that in his pocket unless he needs it?
Yeah, I'll have it on.
Okay, fair enough. This is one of those moments where it's just like, you guys are here, so figured it's a good time to ask this. Been meaning to poke you guys about like all the different things you guys are attuned to at the moment. I know the masks aren't attunement, but it's just one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, that's a good point. How many of you guys are actually wearing them?
I can have true sight on demand, so
That is very true. That is very true.
and mine's a lot longer than 5 feet, like some peasants.
Yeah, you actually get like the benefits of like the spell True Sight, which is like 100 feet. That being said, though, you guys are currently underneath the sand. I will ask this: are you guys moving stealthily? Are you guys like just going at a moderate pace? What is your and who is taking the lead?
Because they would be going stealthy, I think.
Stealthy. Better say. Everybody else. Better say. Would you guys?
Me and Kazir can take up front being stealthy.
All right.
That way we can warn people about shit.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm basically just taking notes on like who's taking the lead and who's like hanging back. Better say so. Kazir
Makes sense.
and Blue up front.
How far ahead are you guys?
Oh, 50 feet.
Sounds about right to me as well.
Better say so. Those two are about
It's
50 feet ahead.
Dark as fuck in here.
Very much so. Better say, and then, better say for marching order. I assume you guys probably still want Ice and Summer kind of helping lead the way. Obviously behind Kazir and Blue, who are like scouting ahead.
The Sounds
I
right
can
to
be in the front of our marching order.
Okay, Belwraith in the front. But I say, would Hendrik like hang out in the middle, or would he hang out in the back, or?
Yeah, infinite middle ground.
Okay. Would Garnan be in the middle, or would Garnan like take the flank?
Oh, I was muted. I was gonna be right behind Belwraith.
Right behind Belwraith. Okay.
Yeah, I can't see very good, but he can, and I feel like being the tank.
I say 2 tanks up front. Duly noted.
Yeah.
In that case, Philman will take up the back just to make sure that nothing sneaks up on you guys.
wise move.
I say so. Philman and party would be between you guys and Henrik. Just because Squishy's in the middle, and but I say Philman and Karik would take rear just to make sure. Just making sure I got a marching order so I know what's going on. Alrighty, so
Completely makes sense.
if you guys, group vote here, who is stealthing and who is just going normal speed?
Sneaky.
Sneaky.
Nick too.
Okay, because you're sneaky. So you two being in the front, it makes it
They're leading the way. We have to follow their pace, right?
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll sneak.
In that case, unless Garnan or Belwraith have any argument.
Well,
You
I
wanna
could,
sneak?
but like
Just Garnan. Just
I
like,
could argue. I don't really want to though. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'll suppose.
All right, in that case, unless any arguments are to be made, I need everybody to roll a stealth check. This is going to be a group stealth check.
Gotcha. 25.
Kazir, use
Oh,
Pass
yeah,
Without a
shit,
Trace
you're right.
for
I
me,
should've
buddy.
cast that.
Because nobody else has rolled yet. I'll let you use Pass Without a Trace, but Kazir does not get the benefit.
That's fair. All right, I'll cast that then.
All right.
Oh.
So you make a mark off a use of
Nice.
Pass Without a Trace.
Fuck.
18. Am I getting that pass without a trace?
Yes, you are.
18 plus 10, 28.
Would he? Because I thought Pass Without Trace has ring.
It's oh, that is true. That is very true.
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
What I could do is use my Shadow Shield to activate Pass Without Trace for
That is true. You could,
I mean, I already rolled, so suck.
but I say Henrik hasn't rolled yet. So if you want to use that, you could and give the benefit to your allies.
Yeah, I'll use that because they can have it up there and I can give it to the spec hero.
Sounds like a plan. In that case, make sure you mark off the points used for the spell.
Oh, right. I don't even need my man. I just.
Yep.
Dude, my shield's so cool. I have Devil Sight while I wear it.
Yeah, legitimately, that shield was used, literally making out of the essence of the Shadowfell.
Yeah, so cool.
It comes with some neat tricks, but the thing is like, it does have downfalls. It primarily has a lot of good uses. So you would get so main party gets that +10 as well. Jesus, Garnan is stealthy as shit.
Yeah, I got a 33.
Oh, fuck.
Holy shit.
The stealthiest blue man ever.
Only I thought you were pushing himself.
He's still a big old furball. Dexterity isn't his best stat.
No, it's
You only
actually
have
one of
plus-
my worst.
Do you still only have +0 dexterity?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right then. Okay,
I just have proficiency in stealth.
you go, dude.
So let's see here. So let's start off at the top here. Belwraith, what'd you get?
28.
28. Okay. But I say Henrik,
31.
31. But I say Kazir.
25.
But I say Blue.
38.
And Garnan, you said 33.
33.
Nice. The rest of your party actually did pretty decently well. Knackle is the only one who unfortunately did not roll the best. But he only got an 18 because he rolled really bad. But the rest of the party did really well. Alrighty, so you guys are making your way through the tunnel. But as a Kazir and Blue, I need you guys to go ahead roll me perception checks.
Gotcha.
Okay.
22.
I say 22 and
Huh. Both rolls were same on both sides.
interesting.
Just an odd realization.
26.
1 to 6. Alrighty. So as you guys are progressing through the tunnel, you guys obviously taking the lead and like trying to scope out as much as you can. You notice something that is a Blue. And it's like, well, both of you notice like the tunnel is like continuing to progress. Like this goes a long ways. Like you guys end up going for about an hour. Like just literally going straight, no change, no nothing. But Blue, you notice something.
No.
Once you reach a certain point, your head starts to hurt just a little bit. Your eyes, because I assume you have your magic eyes up.
Yep.
You see a massive wall of abjuration magic. Like your head kind of hurts staring at it.
I just pretty much yank his ear back.
Huh? What is it?
Don't move forward.
Okay. How come?
Well, you know how I can see magic, right?
Yeah.
I feel if you moved forward about 4 feet maybe, you might explode or just die.
Fuck. Good to know.
Roll. Actually, but I say Kazir and Blue because you guys are the ones who are up there currently, and like specifically Blue in this case, because technically Kazir you can't see this. Blue, roll.
Well, I
me-
have the Mask of True Sight.
Oh, that is true. You do have the Mask of True Sight, so you'd be able to at least see what, like after Blue points it out, you'd be able to make out what it looks like. But you should you're a little closer than you would like to be.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
I would like both of you to go ahead and roll me history checks.
Okay. Eat.
Not my best, but
My best.
30-20.
Nice.
History plus 16, 18 plus 16, 34.
34. It looks familiar. Like you've seen something like this before. But not the same,
Fuck
though.
you.
Well, no. But I say, it reminds you of the dome in Patstow.
Yep.
But this isn't divination magic. This is abjuration magic. It's different. It's odd. Like, but it kind of reminds you of like how that dome was.
Which means, hey, this has a good chance of being magic or old mage, whatever the fuck they were called. I remember it
Matt, you mean-
too long.
I say, I mean, it definitely could be either magi tech or other plane technology.
Or that also works.
But I say,
Fucking. Can I make Arcana or
yeah, absolutely, you can make an Arcana check.
figure out what it might do? Nice.
Okay, 19 plus what? 16.
19 plus 16.
Yeah, I remember because you have double proficiency. But I say, the thing is you can see this, and something else kind of comes to mind, like, and this is like a blast from the past memory. This is very, very powerful abjuration magic, like at least the 8th circle of power abjuration magic. This is very, very powerful, and it brings back. It's like what could this possibly be? And then you remember the ball you guys had to attend a long time ago, when the King of Tharia made you guys attend. But it's different.
That's the anti-magic?
Yes, but it's different though. It's like, because you can see how the magic is made with like how it's formed with your magic eyes. It's weird. Like there's some. What would be the best definition of this? It's almost like it's like an anti-magic effect, but it's mixed with some kind of primal power. Like, you're not exactly sure what all it can do. You just see that it's different than what you've experienced in the past. That's kind of the best way I can explain it, from like a bird's eye view, without like you end up you stepping into it or like experimenting with it.
Wants to touch it so badly.
I mean, you could.
Could. He's done stupider. He's gonna just poke a finger to it.
Absolutely. As you poke a finger into it, it's definitely a weird sensation. Like, and as you do, your eyes shut off. Like your magic eyes turn off. Only you get your standard vision back.
Pull the finger back out.
As you do, your magic eyes just turn right back on.
Seems to be a large ball of anti-magic.
Well, that's gonna be a pain to deal with.
The rest of your party is like slowly coming up to you guys, unless you told them to stop.
He didn't. He's just looking forward, thinking.
I would have seen them and stopped us like 30, call it 25 feet away.
Absolutely. And I say, you guys like who are behind just see Blue and Kazir just kind of stop and staring at the path in front of them. Like, they seem to be talking, but you can't hear them. What do you guys do?
How could this affect Knuckle?
I mean, that's kind of the situation. You don't know?
Blue's going to cast message back to Bimp.
Okay.
Hey, Bimp, how have you tested any anti-magic against Knackle?
I have not. I was worried about what that might do to his psyche, considering what he's like when he isn't himself. I've always been.
Another message.
Oh, okay.
Uh, there is a massive wall of anti-magic in front of us.
Uh-oh. That.
About, about as strong as what we found at the Capitol, if not stronger.
Better say. Bimp will respond. Should I let everybody know back here, or are we able to come up and talk about this, or?
Go ahead. There doesn't seem to be any danger for the moment.
Okay. After that message, Bimp will look to everybody that she's traveling with and goes, everybody be careful. Blue let me know that apparently up ahead is an anti-magic field of some sort. Knackle, stay behind me, okay? We could go up to where he is, but just, we shouldn't go past them.
Move forward then.
Absolutely. So you guys move forward. As you do so, obviously you get up to Blue, and I assume Blue kind of sticks out his hand and points to like where the wall meets the cave.
Yep.
I mean, you could probably mark it in the sand or at your feet.
Sure, he'll do
Yeah,
that.
good plan.
So what you're saying is it's some kind of anti-magic field?
Yeah. Which means magic items, well, maybe magic items and any spells would be fucked.
Okay.
Well, that shouldn't affect me too much. Most of my abilities come from my knowledge of fighting. What about you, Kark? My ability shouldn't be messed with. Mine comes from my blood. It's not really magic per se. I've never experimented with it in an anti-magic field, though, so I'm a little worried.
Push your hand and see if you lose feeling in it.
Karek will step to where you made the line in the sand. He'll put his hand, like, forward. And as he does, he goes, no, I still feel like me. Doesn't feel like it's messing with any of my abilities. And it makes sense. My blood is what gives me my power. It's not from magic.
That's good.
Bimp just basically goes like, if this is an anti-magic field, unfortunately this does kind of make me useless. Even these guns are magic.
Four biceps.
She just
She
just flexes and it's just like doosh.
God, I can picture that.
The buffest gnome in all of
I've-
history.
I would assume that this is pretty much bordering the territory of the Yanti.
Ice in Summer kind of goes, more than likely I'd have to assume. I didn't know that they had an anti-magic field, though. But then again, we've never really gone into their territory. We've fought them in the desert, and we've had skirmishes and even war fronts, but we've never been to one of their actual like cities, territories.
Yes.
We've always kept our distance out of respect and trying to keep them out of our lands.
Should I dig up and poke my head out?
I mean, let me try something. And she's just gonna straight up step into the circle, like in past the wall. as she gets to the other side, she goes, and like she tries to concentrate, and you watch as nothing happens. Well, my magic doesn't seem to work here. So I can tell you at least the anti-magic. It's anti-magic in my case. But it's not hurting. But it's not hurting me. As she like, kind of shows like she can move and like drops down, does a couple push-ups. Like nothing stopping her from like doing anything. This would mean that all of our all the magic items that I have don't work.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Can someone mute?
Okay, I don't give a
Yep.
damn. Alright, where's them?
Got
Oh man.
I suppose we carry on then.
Do we carry forward?
I see no other choice.
How does it affect bags of holding?
That's a good question. The only way you would know is by stepping in.
Gonna toss one of the bowls that has like 2 items in it in to see if it affects demi-planes.
As you
Pocket dimensions.
as you throw the vault in, you watch as everything spills out of the vault.
Well,
Well.
that's a problem.
You think this might be? You think this might be a? This is a tricky situation. Because this would probably be one of our better opportunities of sneaking into this area without being noticed.
True.
I'm gonna roll something for Philman. He doesn't use this stat very often, so. Alright, that's actually pretty decent. That is a 15. Philman kind of goes, like, kind of scratches underneath his jowls. You think this might be a split up kind of situation? Why?
Unfortunately, that would be a wise decision in this situation.
Thing is,
Some of
I don't mean to step on any shoes. Naturally, I don't want to stomp on your boots, but a couple of us will be absolutely useless in this area. Probably would be wise if we did a split, do a split search of the place. A couple of us could go back up and maybe do a scope of the territory, while you all go forward. Unless you think that'd be a bad idea.
Hey Bimp, wanna guard my things?
I can watch your stuff for you, Blue. And you watch as Bimp actually kind of comes up, and she's gonna like try to sleight a hand, like whisper something to you. Sleight of hand, Bimp, go! That's not terrible, actually. Consider you have a +0 to dexterity. As she goes to like grab your stuff, she kind of whispers to you, "I'd much rather keep Knuckle away from here. I don't know if it would completely shut him down or just shut a part of him down. I don't want to take that risk."
Either way would be bad.
This is going to be difficult no matter what, but if you guys can sneak ahead and actually, even if you guys could just get in and get out, that would be the most optimal situation.
Alright. That works. Just guard my things.
Which, for you guys, if you want to pass off anything magical or anything that you feel like would be bad to have here, like now would be the time. And And of course, you guys can always, like, if you guys are like, yeah, nah, fuck this shit, you guys can always turn around.
Do I think my armor would disenchant?
Your armor wouldn't disenchant. It's just that its magical abilities would be halted. It would still give you your armor
Right.
bonus. It would still give you your it's still armor. It's just that it won't, like, if it has any magical properties, it wouldn't add any of that. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
Well, I
kind of
still
like
get-
the crossbow would be just a regular, not crossbow.
Would the
The bow
plus
would
2
become a
plate
regular
turn into
bow.
regular plate? Is my question.
yeah, magic plate would turn into regular plate.
Fuck.
Which, I mean, it would still be a 19. What is
But
Yeah,
only as
okay.
long as it's in the anti-magic field.
the moment it's out?
not
Yeah, as soon as it's out of anti-magic field, it would be back to normal. Like, it wouldn't disenchant it. It would just lower. It would it would dampen its effects.
Okay.
I don't think it would be very wise for me to go with. The majority of my power comes from my sword.
But I say blue.
Me.
But I say with your Arcana check. But I say you would know that, like, magic items that are considered like artifact level would probably be immune to this effect.
Fuck. I was about to do a test with that and stick my
I mean-
Twilight into it.
I mean, you got an Arcana check of 34.
Yeah.
So you would be aware that sparking twilight would probably be immune to this. More, and Garnan's sword is quite blessed.
Quite strong. Don't worry about that. It won't affect like artifacts or possibly even legendaries. It's
However, your guys' bag of holdings, on the other hand, would probably be,
however that I'm leaving with Bimp.
yeah. But I say your guys' armor bonuses and like other things that you're attuned to probably would get dampened. But I would say this above game because you got a 34. You would know that any item that's like legendary or artifact would be immune to the anti-magic. Because, I mean, it makes sense because it essentially has the blessing of a god on it.
Yeah.
Henrik, Henrik's gun would also, but I say Enigma would more than likely be immune to it as well.
'Cause that's not magic. That's science.
Yeah, that's science.
Quote
That's
unquote.
based on science.
Magic science.
That works.
However, the majority of your other items, Henrik, they would probably get dampened.
Right.
Not your armor though. Your armor's fucked. Your armor's beyond artifacts. It's fine.
But I say fucking Enigma is absolutely like you legitimately jacked it up with the power of 3 grand magic artifacts essentially. It's a behemoth, but and blue you would be aware of that it affects anti-dimensional spaces. It won't affect Nimnax, Nimnax Portable Dungeon. Like it won't kick people out of that. It just you won't be able to open it
That makes sense.
because it's the equivalent of the demiplane spell.
It's just not being able to open the door. It's not like it'll shove everything from the door.
Yeah, whereas a bag of holding it would shunt everything out.
Makes sense.
And kill everyone in that general direction.
Yeah, like it would if it was that powerful. But I say you guys would also lose the Magi's. But I say the Magi's area as well. It would be kicked out of the portable dungeon.
Oh god.
Oh yeah.
No, thank you.
But that being said, and also Philman is just throwing out an idea. You guys could disagree if you guys want to, or go like no.
I think Philman or not. I think Bimp and Knackle should stay out.
I would.
Unless you want to come with or stay.
I think that'd be best if they weren't on their own.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried.
I was gonna leave you or someone similar to be their protector.
About to say, Alosa.
But there's some scary woman.
Yeah, about to say Alosa and Alosa and Philman both kind of do the. Yeah, we probably will stick behind. Alosa, unfortunately, has a very, very high wisdom stat. Her second best on that would be like dexterity, which is not great. She unfortunately she'll in character she would just go, unfortunately, a lot of my abilities are blessed to me by my witch heritage. I'm not really built to fight without my magic.
Like I said, y'all can stay out here. But as he said, either scope the land or just go sit in a tiny hut for a bit.
Mm.
Look,
Uh,
I do trust y'all, but I do think Philman should stay because you need a tank, even though you're some scary woman.
Yeah.
I agree. I think if this anti-magic exists because of the Yanti, who knows what else they might have. Probably best we have some.
Yeah, Also, as I've said before, a person keeps trying to scry on us, and I don't know who, but we shouldn't be alone.
Agreed. In that case, Karik will look at you guys. You want me to come with you guys, or you want me to stay with them?
Since your blood works, proudly come with us.
I'll stick with you guys and make sure that everything is good. Philman, you got them okay? I was born to fight anything that gets in my way. All right, fair enough. Ice and Summer looks at you all and goes, I don't need my magic to be able to fight, but I know this land better than anybody else. Would you want me to stick with them or stay with you guys?
When you say that?
Ice and Summer. Her
Oh.
her magic is limited in the anti-magic area, meaning she can't use any of her spells or anything. But she doesn't need magic to be strong and powerful. She is a ranger after all.
She also knows more about Yanxi than us.
This is very true. That's why she made the argument of like, I could easily come with you guys, but I also know the terrain really well. So if they want to scope out, like, I would be the best guide for them. That's why she's just throwing out the argument. Up to you guys. If you want her to stick with you guys, then she knows Yanti culture. She would know like how they operate and would know about like how maybe some of their civilization would work. Whereas you guys would be going in kind of blind. Like,
It's probably best you come with us that way, in case it is leading to a baron. We won't offend them more than we already are.
that's fair.
Agreed.
That's fair. I would agree with that as well. In that case, she turns to Philman and she basically just goes, "If you are going to wander, make sure that you stay clear of any snake paths. But that's typically going to be their normal walking points. So you can't miss them. They're large markings in the ground. But if you're going to hide, stick to dunes. They don't typically go into them. They prefer having the higher grounds. If you can find if you can find a sandhill near the territory, that would be another good way to be able to keep like basically she's just kind of giving a 101 on like how to like kind of search the area without getting into trouble, essentially. Which, with Bim's level of intelligence and Analosa's level of wisdom, they're able to kind of get the majority of that. It helps that she's also a shaman witch. So she gets the ground nature quite well. But that being said, guys, you guys want to continue marching forward into this anti-magic area?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Alrighty.
I will leave my bag of holding with Philman.
'Kay.
Just saying that before you assume.
Absolutely.
And the quiver of holding.
Absolutely. So, Quiver of Holding and Bag of Holding passing off to Philman.
I will also leave my bag of holding with Philman.
Okay. Nope, you're good. But I say it's good to know this. But I say Henrik, did you want to pass off your bag of holding or anything like that to anybody, or?
Yeah.
Will potions still work here?
Potions?
Yes.
Yes, potions are alchemy. It is different from straight magic, so potions will still work.
Alright.
Juicy,
question.
delicious science.
How do familiars work? Like, if I left my familiar outside, would she still be okay as soon as I walked
Your
in?
familiar would be fine, but you wouldn't be able to see through your familiar's eyes. Like,
Oh, okay.
your familiar is a physical being. It's just that you can't use any of the you don't gain any of the benefits of the find familiar spell while you are together. Essentially, it's if I had to make picture it like if you're on the phone with somebody and you're going through a tunnel. Like that signal all of a sudden gets all wobbly and like wibbly and wobbly, and you almost hear only every other word. That's kind of what happens to your connection between you and your familiar in an anti-magic area.
Oh, okay.
Like you could still hear them, but you can't do more than that.
I get you.
I'm sorry to say, it hurts me greatly. I don't want to do this, but I have to. Niffle, you stay behind.
Okay. He looks at all the other people and he just kind of walks up to Knackle and kind of puts up his hand like, "Can I travel with you, Metal Man?" And Knackle is just like looks at Blue, who looks at you, looks at Niffle, looks at Blue, looks at Niffle, looks back at Blue.
Thumbs up.
Friend Blue says you are okay. You may travel with me. Yay! And you watch as Niffle just kind of climbs up him. This is the beginning of a demonic and robotic friendship.
Look, he ate himself into a food coma the night before. He's chill.
Niffle is honestly just more curious what Knackle is, because they don't have inorganic people. They don't have inorganic people in the Abyss.
I fucking hope so.
True. That would be actually kind of badass.
I don't want to see an abyssal warforged.
Same.
Fuck
Nope.
that.
I don't want to.
Terrifying.
I don't want to design one.
Yes,
Alright, so
you do. Don't lie to us.
I mean, fair. Yeah. I mean, yeah. But that's not the point. But I say so. Blue's leaving his stuff with Bimp. Let us say. And Henrik, who would you pass your stuff off to? The people staying behind would be Bimp, Knackle, Alosa, and Philman.
Philman.
Philman? Okay.
Oh yeah, Los is staying behind. I left my shit with her.
Oh, okay.
Filming.
Okay, sounds good. So
I make, oh.
I assume specifically. I assume your bag of holding, and for you, because you're your quiver of holding.
Yeah.
You guys could keep your normal magic items on you. It's just you can't use them until you're out.
Gotcha.
Speaking of, if there's anything you guys want to take out of your bag of holding, now would be the time. So like potions or anything like that you want to take with you.
Oh,
I'll take my
shit.
potions, maybe.
I would just make sure you mark the stuff that you would keep in the bag of holding and stuff that you would keep like on your person.
Yeah.
Oh, there's so much stuff.
Keeping all my books in the bag of holding.
Mostly just my crafting ingredients are in the bag of holding.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Why do I have that in my inventory? That's definitely not.
I'm putting just a bunch of things I very much don't need, like the ring of keys that I don't know where they go to, or invitation
You
to
still have
Stillbrush,
that.
or my collection of keys that I stole from corpses back in fucking Guild.
Mm-hmm. Blue's a bit of a hoarder.
Yeah.
Blue and not tiny.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Tiny's a hoarder.
Yeah.
But at the
Fair
same,
enough.
I'm not denying it.
but to be fair, this is also the same guy that you guys ran out of diamonds and was just like, I still have all the rings that we stole from the king.
That I stole from the king.
Does one of them have a
Yep.
diamond that worth enough?
Look,
Fair enough.
things can come into use. Like the paladin corpse I forgot to take out of my inventory.
Oh God, you still have that? God.
I would say that body's probably starting to rot at this point.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's just like apologies to make you guys have to go through your stuff and like decide like what you're keeping, what you are. But it's like that you are entering an anti-magic area, meaning that any like what would be rough is like, oh yeah, I have this stuff. It's like, are you sure that's not in the bag of holding? Oh, I mean, I would have totally taken it out. You know what I mean? Just best to have like know what you are taking with and what you're leaving behind.
I have like nothing in my bag of holding right now. I
What is
just
it?
know that there's some stuff that does not need to be jetted out.
Guardian lives very frugally. He doesn't really need a lot.
Yeah, so he's always been.
Yeah, he like with the tribe. You carry the stuff that you need on your back, nothing else.
You know, I'm just gonna take my bow and arrows.
I mean, you still have your normal quiver. It's just that you don't have your quiver holding,
Yeah.
which means that a quiver can only hold up to 30 arrows.
Fuck.
It's the downside. But hey, 30 arrows is better than none.
True.
Also, your
All of
dag-
those will be my Wait.
Yep.
How many antimatum arrows do I have?
which
What are they?
that's the other thing. Adamantine and mithril are not magical, so they still work even in an anti-magic area.
Okay, I'm gonna take all my antimantine arrows and only those arrows. Oh, and the wonky arrows. I still have 2 of those.
Yep. What your wonky arrows are technology. They are not magic.
Cool.
I have to take off my robe and give it to Ben because it's the robe of useful items.
That's
Oh God.
you just walk in. Just
No, okay, if I walked in, I would be stabbed with 2 daggers, smacked in the head with 2 bullseye lanterns. Steel mirrors would come out. A 10-foot pole would appear in the same space as me. We've seen what happens with that.
Ouch.
And, just a 10-foot pit would appear.
oh man, but that'd be funny
3
though.
portable rams.
Oh, but Tiny,
Oh,
that'd
and my
be so
potion.
funny though.
I'm good.
Oh man. Remind me of that item, and it's just like I love the robe of holding, the cloak of useful items.
It's the robe of useful items, and I also love it because this is the second one I've bought.
Yep. I mean, it's random stuff every time.
Last time it just gave me the money that I spent.
Mm-hmm. It's useful.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm just highlighting in blue what's still in my bags.
I kind of imagine like I think the 2 people that probably can handle this probably the best would probably be Balwraith and Garnan, considering like you guys have magical items, but like you don't really have much past those.
Yeah.
For Garnan's main magic items and artifact.
This is true, but I say everything, and I mean,
my breastplate of intellect and fortress won't work, but like,
you're
But still a breastplate.
still a breastplate though.
yeah.
But and I imagine like for Balwraith, like you've always used your abilities have always been best on the battlefield. You still have an armor class of what 21 because you have plate mail and a shield.
I think so.
Let me check that real quick. I'm trying to remember if plate mail is 19 or 20.
I thought it was 18.
Let me check.
Plate mail is 18.
Ah,
Yeah, so I'm at assault, even 20.
which is still solid.
Yeah, but it's not 26.
This is true. This is true.
We're hoping we don't have to fight, but
Diplomacy, diplomacy, diplomacy.
I mean, that's always an option. But you guys have never had to experience Yanti culture. That's the thing.
which is why I'm bringing ice and summer.
Yeah, exactly. The Blue is the best diplomat you guys could possibly have, but the problem here is that Blue doesn't like he knows of Yanti culture, but he's never experienced Yanti culture.
Yeah.
Where-
Other than being sad.
Exactly. Like, you rolled really high on your knowledge of the Yanti, and, like, you kind of get the premise of what their culture is, but that's all books.
Books.
Like, that's stereotypical Yanti culture. Those books also talk about how Yanti can be just the same as you guys. They can live normal lives and fit into society with no issues. But the problem is that, like, ones who worship darker gods or do ritualistic sacrifices are a bit harder to talk to.
I'm bringing my bag of devouring.
I mean, you could bring your bag of devouring. It just won't. It's just a bag.
Yeah,
Ah.
it's just a bag with teeth.
a teeth zipper. So,
What else?
that being said, do you guys enter the anti-magic zone?
Yep.
Alrighty. Who is stepping in first?
Fuck it, I will.
Alright. Kazir, as you step in, immediately you see like your shadow sword power down. You see your daggers you see that your daggers kind of lose their magical spark. Obviously you left your quiver behind, and your armor feels a bit different. It doesn't smell as much. It's weird. Walking into this, your armor smells better.
I can actually breathe around Kazir.
However, Kazir, there are two things you notice. One, your mark of mask just still feels the same.
Yes.
And the second thing you don't feel like much has changed. Like, where Blue, when you stepped in, your eyes turned off. Kazir, as you step in, like, you feel fine.
Good to know. Seems fine to me.
And I say,
Alright.
who steps in next?
I will.
Alrighty. Garnan, as you step in, Amara immediately hates it.
Understandable. Not surprising.
You feel weird, Garnan. Like, your sword feels fine. Like, but I say, as you bring in the Raven's Dragonaut, it doesn't seem affected. You feel odd, though. What would be the best way to explain this? You ever have, like, a muscle pain, and then, like, try to, like in your arm, and then you try to lift up your arm, and you feel that resistance?
Mm-hmm.
It kind of feels like that, but it doesn't. It feels like kind of a weak pull. Like, you feel slightly suppressed, but not heavily suppressed, if that makes sense. Like, it's like the muscle is like, it's almost like the muscle is like kind of holding down your arm, but you could still like force it through, no issues. It's
Yeah.
but you feel that tug. It's odd. It feels weird.
Didn't feel good. I
Yeah.
don't like it.
It's odd is the best way to explain it. Who's stepping in next? Blue, Henrik, Balwraith, who's stepping in next?
Yeah.
Alright. Better say, Balwraith, you step in.
Yeah.
As you do, but I say you do feel your strength go down. Unfortunately, your belt is suppressed. But I say your blade, unfortunately, is suppressed. But you feel fine. Like, you don't feel any different. per se.
All right. I
Alright.
forgot that I had that belt.
That bell, the I would hope you remember it boosts your strength to like 24.
Yeah, I
20
definitely added it to my thing.
Yeah, you should do that.
Yeah.
That-
Yeah, I
that's-
definitely did. I already did. What was that? But just like
belt-
hypothetically, what was that belt called?
Belt of giant
Belt
strength.
of giant strength.
Yeah, I knew
Or belt
that.
of fire giant
Yeah,
strength.
it's a belt of fire giant strength specifically.
Yeah, I knew that.
Oh. Winter.
Yes.
Does my shield work still?
Unfortunately, your shield. Unfortunately, it will not work in this area. It is still
Okay,
still a shield though.
Yeah.
And while your magical abilities have been hindered, you're still attuned to it. It's just the fact that its magical abilities have been suppressed.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a completely fair question with how powerful of an item it is. It would be classified as a rare magic item, but unfortunately, an anti-magic and this anti-magic area would absolutely suppress it.
Only rare?
Yeah, it's very powerful, but it's not quite legendary. There are more powerful items. Those points can be very limiting. That is you've seen some of the fights I put you through.
Yeah, it's still a +3 shield.
That being said, though, Henrik or Blue, who steps in next?
I'll go.
Henrik, as you step in, unlike Garnet and Belwraith, you unfortunately feel out of sorts. Like all your magic items power down, except for Enigma. Enigma is fine, and about to say, remind me, your armor is.
It's an artifact.
It's an artifact. That's right.
It's an artifact.
It is the armor of the Alchemats Eye.
Yes. So your armor would be unaffected as well, but like you feel drained, like you feel your power suppressed. But I would say above game, you would know this. Henrik would not be able to cast spells while inside of this anti-magic field.
Okay.
But I say, however, your Enigma would still work here, but the light shot wouldn't.
Okay.
Light shot's powerful, but similar to the shield, it's not legendary. It just has a really fucking good ability. But it's one time.
Yeah. That's gonna be a drag.
But it would mean that any gun that uses magic ammo, unfortunately, would be limited. The Enigma being the exception because of it being an artifact, essentially.
Yeah.
But otherwise, if you use like one of your other guns, it'll have to be one that you use ammo.
Okay.
And then Blue, you're the last one in.
Yeah.
Similar to Henrik, you feel awful. You feel suppressed. Like fortunately your Sparking Twilight is still like works here, but the thing is that everything else is kind of powered down, and you feel weak. Like while you are in this field, you cannot cast spells.
You could still use Bardic Inspiration.
That is true. Bardic Inspiration is different.
It's fine. I got this. Good.
I don't feel so good. And then Ice and Summer just walks in, like, she just looks at her bow and looks at her quiver and just kind of goes, it's a shame. Oh well. We still have this. The rest of your party, like, still on the other end, just kind of goes, we will stay close. We'll head up to the surface. We'll try to see what we can see from the distance. Don't get into trouble, you lot.
That's the
I got
plan. Crocodile man.
We'll see. Hopefully, we'll see you soon. But I say we'll be prepared in case you guys get out to send us a sending.
Let's go.
All right. So you guys move forward.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm adjusting your party. And who is leading out of your guys' 7-man party?
It depends on if we want to be quiet or not.
Let's keep trying to be quiet. Start at least.
In that case, you want to repeat what we had before?
Yep. Just less people in the back.
All right, so Kazir and Blue in the front, Ison, Belwraith, Garnan, Henrik, and Ison Summer, like kind of taking up the rear.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
Hey,
right.
Kazir, use Pat. Oh.
No, I think I still could because
you still
You
still
have
could.
the mark of mask.
I say your mark of mask would allow you to.
yeah.
But I say that is considered considered the bounty of a god. So but I say it is not limited here.
All right, then I'll cast Pass Without a Trace, but first, before we
Be a
disperse.
mask.
So it's.
So
Wait, would that work? Or
yeah, from mark of mask you have 3 uses of pass without a trace with the mark.
oh, cool.
But I say that should be in your notes.
I'll make sure that's in my notes now.
Would you guys be trying to stick close, or would you and Blue go up ahead, and the pass without trace would only affect you two?
You know what? We'll stick together. Blue and Kazir can help keep the others good.
Sounds like a plan. I'm simply just asking questions as your dungeon master so that I can be aware of what your guys' plan is.
Completely
I'm
makes sense.
figuring out those questions as your player.
Fair. You know what? Fair. That's a great counter argument. Alrighty. In that case, you guys have the power of pass without a trace. You guys can roll. Go ahead. Roll me a group stealth check.
All right.
Hey,
So,
how's good? Yeah.
oh,
4. I ain't stealthing for shit.
26.
Plus 10. Don't forget. Better say
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 36.
17. There'll be a 23.
23 for Garnan.
Yep.
All right. So 36 for Kazir. But I say Belwraith Henrik.
24.
Question.
I say group stealth check.
23.
Nice. Is that already adding the plus 10 from pass without a trace?
Indeed.
Okay. Making sure. Just making sure. And then Belwraith?
24.
24. Alrighty. We'll roll for Karik and Ison Summer real quick. Okay. And alrighty. That's a good for Karik. Holy shit. That is a 39 for Karik.
Nice.
And for Ison Summer, because she is in her favorite terrain, she gets to add her proficiency modifier again. I'm going to say that is plus an additional 10, 32 for her. All right, so 23, 23, 29, 24, 36, 39, and a 32. All right. So you guys, more than half of you succeed. In fact, I think the majority of you guys succeed. Yeah,
Right.
Cool.
I think all of you guys succeeded.
More than half is a majority, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you really think about it. No. Anyways, moving on. You guys stealth for a while. This does take you guys end up going into this for like another hour. And after about an hour, Jesus. Yes, that's what you see. No. But it's a Blue and Kazir with your guys' passive perceptions, and technically Belwraith with your passive perception as well. Because if I remember, your passive is 19? Valerie?
Yes,
Wanderer?
it is.
It is? Okay.
Yes, it is. Sorry, I'm sitting muted.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I just don't want to like be talking for you guys. Like all these are your guys' decisions. I'm simply just putting, well, I guess in this case, walls in front of you. The three of you would notice that. Oh. What was that, Wolf?
I was saying nice one to the joke.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Jesus. Man, imagine that being in your way. Just like, I'm here to fuck you up. Anyways, you guys would notice, but I say the three of you would notice that there's a pretty massive, like, amount of light coming up from up ahead. But I say, Kazir, if I remember correctly, your passive perception is
22.
22, and Blue's, yours is 22 as well, or 23?
23.
The two of you would notice not only the light, almost a glimmer. Like light bouncing off of stuff coming into the tunnel.
Interesting.
And I say, you guys continue.
Yay.
All right. I say, if you guys continue on, I'm going to need another group stealth check. But I say, Kazir, an hour has passed. Would you use Pass Without a Trace again, or would you just want to roll with what you got?
Yeah, I'll use it again.
Okay, so you upcast Pass Without a Trace. So that is your second use. I need one more group stealth check.
Okie dokie.
That's better.
25.
Don't forget
Is
the
this
plus.
with-
35.
Yep, this is with Path Without a Trace. Ah. I see that dirty 20 there.
Ah.
Alright, let's see here. Not as good Kark, but still good. So we got a 28. And I say, so we got Garnan, that is a 29.
Yeah.
That is a 20 for Henrik, 35 for Kazir, 38 for Blue. Belrith?
Gonna be an 18.
18, okay. Kark got a 28. And Ice and Summer gets, again with her bonus, because she gets an additional use of her proficiency because of favorite terrain. That is 36 for Ice and Summer. So you guys pass. As you guys are like kind of creeping up, because I assume at this point, now that you guys see an opening going into the light, you guys are approaching this cautiously. Because otherwise,
Yeah.
I would assume you guys would tell me if, like, I go running towards it.
Run towards the light.
The light is my friend. I must go close to it, but you guys creep up. As you guys get probably about 100 feet away, Blue and Kazir, you guys, with your high perception, there is a gigantic pile of gold right at the end of this tunnel. And when I say a gigantic, like, amount of gold, I'm talking like a dragon's hoard worth of gold. Like, as you guys get close to like where the edge of the tunnel is, this gold goes like is like almost in the center of this like giant dune. And it's a gold. This gold pile is probably about like 20 feet tall, and very like spread out. Like, if you had to guesstimate, probably like 40 feet, but I'd say like 40 feet wide. It's a massive pile of gold.
Wow, that's...
I love that I'm being called a whore in the Discord. Fuck, rude, sir.
What? What did I do?
You heard me. I know what I said and say what I meant. But anyways, that is what you guys. That's what you two see. Like right, like it's not like at the mouth of like the exit, but like it's a little bit out from the exit.
Yeah, I get you.
So it's like you could still get out, but it's like you guys could still get out, but it's like pretty bit of a tough space.
Sorry, I couldn't help but laugh at what Tiny put. 20k mimics.
20,000 mimics all at once.
Continue looking for the MacGuffin.
Absolutely. You guys continue forward. But I say you guys can easily get up to the mouth of the cave. roll 20,000 initiative. Listen here, if I'm gonna roll that much initiative, you know for a fact it's gonna be 40k. Let's be honest here.
Yeah.
Wander understands me.
I understand you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
What if I understand you?
Do you understand me?
No.
Yeah, okay. Then there you go. So, as you guys approach the mouth of this cave, and I assume you guys are trying to like stay out of sight.
Yeah.
What would you guys like to do? Would you want to like try to like skirt the cave and try to like sneak out? Do you guys like want to go towards the gold? What's your plan?
We're not looking for gold. We're looking for a sword,
Does-
and I don't think the gold.
Does it look
the
like there
sword-
is anything else in here besides gold or just gold?
It's a lot of stuff. Like it's a lot of gold, but you see like chests and you see weapons of various kinds. But it's a lot of it's very like the thing is it's a lot of generic stuff, but it's like a lot of money. Like it's like if I had to make
If we had a way to keep it all.
yeah, it's very much like Scrooge McDuck's vault.
Fair.
But I say,
Yes.
I mean, you could roll an investigation check to like see if you can make anything out in particular.
Sure. I'll roll an investigation to see if there's anything standing out.
I'll assist Ice and Summer because Blue doesn't know what the actual sword looks like.
Absolutely. 17. Okay.
17. Not too bad.
Absolutely. I say Ice and Summer will roll, and because you're giving assistance, it will be with advantage. Anybody can roll an investigation check if you want to.
Yeah, I will. I'm just a little locked. Yep.
Okay.
I wanted to cast something, but I can't.
I mean, you could try.
No, I can't.
I mean, you could try.
He
I
did
can't even
say
jerk
that
off
you and
magically if I want
Garden
to.
didn't.
I say, the way I described it, you and Kazir felt fine walking into this, and Garnan felt weird walking into this, but not like.
I'll give just a test. I'm gonna give Ice and Summer guidance. See if I can.
As you touch her, you cast guidance.
Oh no.
The
That's
cleric and
that's a
warlock
bad
spells
thing.
are fine.
That's God-given magic, which is fine. Now I feel like I made an oopsie day.
I say, as you cast
Why?
guidance, that's an additional 3 to her roll, which is good.
Nice.
Ice and Summer kind of looks at this. Well, did you roll, Balraith?
Oh, I did. I rolled a 10.
Roll the 10, okay. Did Garnan or Henrik want to roll an investigation checks, or are you guys just not gonna?
I will. Why not?
Investigation. Someone called.
Oh,
My name is
there's gonna be an investigation!
Not good. It'll be a
That's new.
10.
Hey, that's not bad.
It's not good.
Yeah, it's not good, but it's not bad.
27.
Alrighty. As like
Not my best.
for the majority of you guys, it's a lot of stuff. Like it's just a lot of stuff, and it's kind of hard to make out specifics. It's a lot of gold. Like it's nice, but it's like it's kind of just meh. Like you know what I mean? Like it's a lot of generic stuff. Ice and Summer looks at it and she kind of goes, "I'm not seeing the sword. I'm a bit wary. This is a lot."
Agreed.
Henrik, as you are looking at particular like items in this, you are a man of science. You know how like physics and how like gravity would affect certain objects. Some of the stuff shouldn't be up, if that makes sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you ever like see an image of like a sword somehow standing upright, even though it's like barely into the ground?
Yeah.
Like scientifically speaking, that should not be up. And like as you like look at it, you notice certain features. Like some of the gold comes together as like a giant tooth. Like you see some of this stuff is like coming together to be like like you would know
Uh-oh.
the creatures like a mimic often are very, very good at disguising themselves. I rolled a 26 on a stealth check. And you were able to just beat it out. You would recognize this as a gigantic mimic.
Como se dice mimic?
I say, Ice and Summer goes, the whole thing?
Holy.
I've never seen one of this size.
He just looks
Yeah.
into the sky. I was fucking right.
Yeah.
Hey, you said there
Oh,
was
just
was
like
20,000
one
mimics. This is just one big thing.
I was making a joke. I was thinking it was like that, like he said, a horde mimic, or that slime, because I had that whole idea of a dragon sitting on a slime.
I mean, you know, sometimes. But it's,
Either way, horde.
but yeah, Henrik, you've never seen one of this size though. This is uncalled for. Like this,
Like, you want to fight one or what?
I think we might want to avoid this fight. I don't know how powerful something of this size would be, and I'd rather not draw attention to us.
Yeah.
Plus, we don't know how much of this stuff is actually worth anything. If this creature might be bait for all we know.
Very true.
Is a mimic itself not bait?
I mean, naturally that's what they try to do, bait people in. But if this was some kind of sentry or guard, if it's guarding something of particular worth, I'm not noticing anything. And Henrik with a 27. Most of this looks generic. Like, you're not seeing any, like, magic iconography on any of these weapons. Like, none of this stands out. It looks nice. Some of these weapons are jewel encrusted. They're very neat looking. Probably it would be worth something to the right buyer. But as far as, like, oh, maybe something is magical, or something might be worth it, or maybe this is the sword that we're looking for is here. You press X to doubt. You don't think that there's anything worthwhile in this pile.
Yeah.
Winter.
Yes.
The anti-magic doesn't affect legendary items, right?
That is correct.
And Blue's still flying with the Ring of Air Elemental Commands.
This is true. That is, you could fly if you wanted to.
He's just floating a couple inches off the
I
ground.
have a lot of like really strong items. Are the wings of the most unholy?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Those abominations are absolutely unaffected by this.
They're great wings. I don't know what you're talking about. They're made. They're organically made. No GMOs. No steroids.
You
Straight from pasture to oven.
you fucking like how I imagine those wings popping out. To me, you look like a heretical angel. Cause
No.
He is a heretic.
I mean, kinda, yeah.
Heresy is objective.
I'm not a heretic. I'm just a scientist.
I'm a scientist. I believe in progress.
Knowledge is heresy.
It's not my fault you guys are stupid.
In the 40K universe, Henrik probably wouldn't be liked or loved.
No.
No, he would be really liked, just not by the humans.
Yeah, probably not by the humans.
Why not?
Well, Henrik would be a different character entirely. He'd be Mechanicus.
Probably.
And in the Mechanicus, I fucking love that guy.
That or the Blood God would really love Henrik.
Unless you invent anything. If you invent anything, you're an asshole and a heretic, and now you're dying.
What if I make my own faction? Nah, I'm gonna do my own.
Good luck surviving.
That's the problem.
I can survive. 140k? Bunch of bitches.
Nah, I'd
What do you
win.
need? What do you need 4 sets of lungs for? Actually, like, why do you need 3 hearts? Like, just be better.
No, it's not like look at what we have. It's look at what we need to survive.
Yeah, it's not surviving though. That's just I need 3 hearts. Humans are strong.
A blood better.
So, what would you guys like to do?
Not touch the mimic.
Do you guys?
I don't know, man. I kind of want to touch the mimic.
You're right.
Look for a different tunnel. See if there's like another way through.
I mean, Garnon does still have his sword, right? That's not effective.
True, but I have a feeling a mimic that size would not be fun to fight.
I think that'd be really fun.
Also-
actually.
We wouldn't even get anything out of it. But
Yeah, we wouldn't get anything out of it. That's the main issue.
Yeah, it's, but I say, I mean, Henrik, you would know that the majority of this stuff is like, if I mean, maybe you might get some stuff out of it, but I mean, like, with a 27, most of this just again looks generic. Like it's just normal stuff. Again, a couple of jewel encrusted stuff, maybe worth some money, but like, eh.
I'm talking like organs right now.
Oh, I mean, organs probably. There probably is some useful stuff in there. But how would you get it out?
The only thing you get from a mimic is sticky stuff.
Okay, fine. God is telling us it's a bad idea.
I mean, you guys, no, dude, fucking, you guys do you. I mean, what Herma said is correct. The orchids probably would be useful. I just have a question. How are you gonna get it out?
Here,
Yeah.
drag.
We're not fighting the thing. We're carrying on.
I just eat it, right?
Just eat it, you know. it's God. That is like goblin logic right there. I'm just like, well, I killed it, so I just have to eat it, and I will gain its power.
And goblins
That's
are
how it
smart
works, right?
That's how it works, obviously.
Is that how it works too when you take over as mayor of the town?
Hey, I'm enjoying writing that. Thank you very much. Before you ask, a little writing project I've been writing a story about a little goblin crew taking over a town.
Ah,
Yeah.
interesting.
Basically, a goblin like says he could conquer the world. The other goblins are like, yeah, right, whatever. And so he like accidentally kills the mayor of a town, only to find out that the town was taken over by the mafia. And basically, the people are like, now you have to protect us. And he's like, huh? That's been my writing project. It's been very fun to write. But we're not talking.
Hyperfixation, activate.
But back to the game.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Get it your
Yeah, how
goblin voice.
dare you, Abby?
You just
How
like
dare you?
You just like my goblin voice. You just
Pretty
like
good goblin voice.
you just like it when I talk like this. Well, I mean, Niffle's voice is only like a couple octaves different. It's Niffle's voice is a little bit more up here, but you can still hear the rasp of the goblin. It's a good goblin voice.
Rasp of the goblin.
I love goblin voices. Are you kidding me? They're so much fun to make. But I mean, wow, if you don't understand, the voices like that are fun.
Absolutely. They're really fun. I haven't played a goblin yet, but I want to.
Same, so badly. And the best part is it doesn't hurt my throat at all. Like it's such a comfortable. This is such a comfortable range. It actually doesn't hurt. So it's like I don't have to worry about hurting myself.
Last guy said that he hurt himself.
Yeah, it's just an interesting thing, just Fury of the Small.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Anyways, moving on. So, you guys want to try to skirt around? Do you guys want to fight it? What's the plan?
Turn around.
I say, you'll have to put that away,
We
Mo.
need to get out of
Gotta
here.
say, if you're playing any character right now, you're playing Karik because he's the only one with the party.
Oh, well then hand me Kark.
Yeah. He's our best boy. Other than Sun or Ice and Summer.
Yeah, Ice and Summer, who is very knowledgeable of Yanti culture. Believe in here. Yeah,
Knowledgeable about these nuts.
Sorry, I didn't know. With the
Got him.
Got him!
I'm on the floor again.
Oh, why are you on the floor?
Cause my legs gave out.
Oh no.
Ow.
Oh, it's over here. Never mind.
I'll take this and
You wanna get back up?
that'll be handy.
Oh.
Losa, Echo, Karik.
Sorry, I didn't realize that he wasn't with the party. Or
It's all
that
good.
She wasn't with the party.
It's all good.
Pausing out. Nothing wobble
So-
to it. So.
There's a shine at the light. Does it? No, let's not sing that song.
Oh lord.
Oh, I remember when that song came out.
God, you're old.
Shut up!
I started singing it. Talking about.
It's the same as
God, you're young.
it's also the same whenever I hear Lil Jon singing. It's just like to the windows, to the wall,
Wow.
to the sweat
Yeah.
drop down my. Never mind.
Ow.
It's oh man, I still remember when all that was first coming out and everything.
Yeah.
Gosh, Stray, we are getting some years.
Yeah. Feeling older by the minute at times.
Grew up in the era of party music.
Gotta say,
Maybe it's because you're old.
You're welcome.
I mean, we did grow up.
Oh.
We did grow up with like party music on the radio all the time.
Party
Yeah.
country, party pop, party.
Oh, just party.
I had
music.
Christian music, so ha.
Hit. Well, no, that's not. Hell, that's not completely fair. There is some pretty good Christian music, but the majority of it is kind of But I grew up with like Mercy Me, which is a Christian rock band. But I say they're good. And Skillet also is good.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, back to D&D.
Yeah, back to D&D.
Yeah.
We got sidetracked. So, I'm asking again. You guys skirting around or you guys fighting?
Skirting around. Or well, I'm gonna be skirting around.
I'm skirting around.
God, you never let me do anything. Ugh.
You have a whole horde of
I-
bodies to mess with.
Yeah, you hear that? You hear that, Garnan? You have all that to mess with. Henrik,
That sounds like you're okay with it to me.
Hey, brain not working.
Guys, I don't have anything I need to work on right now. What are y'all talking about?
Yes, you do.
If you don't have anything, you have this a cure to be working on.
which he can't work on because he needs his laboratory.
True.
Guys, I don't have a single thing as I make my list.
As I make my list. I say that being said, are you guys going to be trying to continue sneaking through here, or are you guys like gonna
Guys,
what's
I don't have a single thing I need to be working on right now.
Would you guys
The cure.
would you guys want to do perception checks to try to see if there's what paths lie ahead? What's the plan?
I'll roll perception for that.
Yeah, absolutely. But it came.
Oof, 20. I mean, not oof. Oof, that's 31 was on the wrong side.
I know, right?
Yeah,
You hate to see it.
perception. It almost hit a 1.
I know, I saw that. It just slightly rolled over to a 7.
Ooh.
Natural 1. I think that gold's exactly where we need to go.
Yeah.
Gold.
It's
And
under the
swimming in it.
mimic. Oh, wait.
Fucking.
That should be updated, by the way. That should be. That
That's
should be
not
a
what
16.
16?
He was. I forgot we didn't update his thing for. I just always had a cheat sheet for him.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that we updated his health and everything. We didn't update his stats. Whoops. Karak's not cursed anymore. He doesn't have a -10 to intelligence anymore. He was the smartest Grog. That also means he has a +3 to intelligence now. Anyways, not the point. So, with a 23, and then Blue, you got a...
20.
I was saying a 20? Okay. You guys notice two things. There is a tunnel that seems to go past where this mimic is. It seems to be another tunnel going, like... It seems to go forward, but it's like... There's a lot of light poking in, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like a lot more open areas for, like, to come in and out of the tunnel. And there does appear to be a set of, like... a set of, like, weird stone steps going upwards out of this dune. You also, Kazir, you hear voices off in the distance.
I will point that out to the rest of the group that I hear voices over here. Over here are voices. He kind of whispers, but tries to make it loud enough for everyone to hear.
Oh yeah, I hear voices too. It's nothing new.
Which way is the voices?
Up the side stairs. Up the side stairs out of the dune. They appear. About to say you guys hear voices. Otherwise, there is the tunnel going forward.
I'll go a bit closer to following the voices.
All right. I mean, if you guys need to take a second to discuss, you certainly can. I'm not forcing your hand.
No, I'm curious about the voices.
We can go that way. I just don't know where we could go other than
I mean,
air.
there's this tunnel. There's still a tunnel going forward. If you guys wanted to, try to. Like I told you, there is a tunnel going forward. There's just a lot of light in that tunnel. It seems like there's a lot more openings. And then, I was just explaining that you do hear voices up ahead. Like if you went up the Sael, took the stairs out of the dune, you do hear voices coming from up there.
Could I possibly make out what the voices are saying, or is it too far?
Go ahead and roll a perception check specifically for this.
2030.
23? It's rough. What languages does Kazir know?
Let me double check.
Since
Draconic,
Kazir pointed it
Tabaxi.
out. Can Blue also roll?
Go ahead, roll a perception check if Kazir points it out. But Kazir, what do you Tabaxi, Draconic?
Common, and I know this isn't part of it, but technically I still can speak to mushrooms.
Yes, you can. You can. You do speak mycelium. But I say, unfortunately, you don't understand what they're saying. But I say that's 8 plus
It's a 21.
21. 21. You can make out a little bit, but it's like you don't hear specific words. That's the problem. You do recognize the language, though. Whoever is
What's the
speaking,
language?
whoever is speaking right now is speaking in Abyssal,
Oh,
Great.
which you would know because you rolled high on your check when it came to knowing about Yanti. Yanti naturally know how to speak Abyssal.
oh.
With your because I remember this because Blue rolled really fucking high on his check. I think it was like 30.
But not on the religion.
Yeah, just
It was
not on the
really high
religion.
for the actual culture, just
Yeah.
not religion.
Exactly. You don't know anything about their religion or how their religion makeup is, but you do know about the culture, which you know that naturally Yanti like grew up with the knowledge of how to speak Common, Abyssal, and Draconic. So this is just one of their languages that they just know. No different than Balwraith being born with the ability to speak Infernal.
Makes sense.
So, but yeah, you can't make out anything they're saying though. But you can make out the guttural language that is Abyssal.
There are Yanti up the stairs. Ours more than likely still pretty far from the actual place. And an artifact of that stored here wouldn't be held by some random, well, more than likely by some random Yanti.
I'll go through that way.
Papa,
Let's keep moving forward.
should we keep heading down the tunnel?
Yeah.
All right.
Alrighty, so you guys continue down the tunnel. No need to roll your stealth checks because you guys did not go into combat. Sorry about that. So I'm going to keep your guys' stealth rolls. As you kind of walk in, the first thing you do notice is that the smell. Like, it does not smell pleasant in this tunnel.
I don't think he heard us.
What?
For a
Your
moment there,
mic-
your mic was really shitty sounding.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Went sent me right back to 2012.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
we
all
hear
good
you
now.
loud and clear now.
No, I bumped my cord.
Oh,
And it just...
I did not like that.
Sorry. My bad.
all good.
So, just in case I misheard anything, did you guys want to go up the stairs or did you guys want to continue forward?
Keep going forward.
Alright.
Yeah, going forward.
Alrighty. As I said before, but I say no need to re-roll your stealth checks. I'll carry your guys' stealth checks over.
Thank you.
As you continue, the first thing you notice is the smell. It does not smell pleasant in this tunnel. It is actually, like, as you're walking forward, you do see light and everything. You're noticing, after a little bit of walking, that more than likely what they're putting in this tunnel is probably a waste area.
What?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they have giant beasts, so it makes sense why they'd have a waste area.
True.
And,
It's for Dookie?
I mean, yeah.
That's gross.
As you guys continue walking, you end up in a pretty big, like, expansive area where it smells really bad. But you also see a couple of creatures just eating all of this gunk. You guys end up having to, like, plug up your nose with how bad it smells here. I don't think
we're gonna.
I don't
I'll
think
let you
I don't
go.
think any of you guys have fought these, but I think you guys have seen these in the past. They're like
What are these?
they're what would be the best way to explain these creatures? They're rather big. They have large teeth. They have tentacle arms.
Would Karik know?
Karik probably. I mean, anybody who wants to roll a nature check.
Are they made of shit?
Well, they're not made of shit. They're eating shit though.
That's an 18. Karik got an 18.
I wouldn't know what it is without a picture.
Yeah. I mean, I could post a picture.
Yes, please.
Absolutely. Hold on one second. Messi Kark knows what it is. Which kind of makes sense because he's a drow. I'll post it in the chat. Right underneath Henrik's list. This is what there are multiple of these creatures.
Yeah, we've seen that guy.
I think you've
It
seen.
looks like it's made of shit.
Yeah, but I say you guys have seen these. I don't think you guys have ever fought these.
No,
Oh yeah.
But it nearly infected Kazir.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah,
That was a
I
while.
remember that.
That was a while ago too.
Mhm.
But I say in that case, I mean, I think I just have to remind you guys. You guys would be aware that these things are known as Otyugs. They're essentially monstrosities that eat waste. They don't care about like it. They don't care that it's shit as long as they can eat shit.
So like a dung beetle.
Yeah. Like they just don't care. They just look at it. It's like, oh, food. Okay, cool. And because of the creatures you guys are aware that these Yuan-ti have, I mean, they're probably very well fed.
True.
It's gross.
Are you telling me that Yuan-ti are full of shit?
I mean, yeah. But so are humans.
True.
That's pretty misanthropic.
I'm sorry, did I demystify this?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So-
Little. Anyways, it doesn't look like there's any further way to go, right?
There is more. There, it seems to go past them. Like you guys, if you guys snuck around, you probably could get past them. There's another tunnel.
What do you guys
Let's try
think?
and sneak around.
All right.
Otherwise, you do see that there are some ladders that seem to go up the dunes.
Oh, up the ladder or down, further through the tunnel. I doubt that there'd be anything further past the. Wait. Never mind. Never mind.
Let's
That.
go up. Let's go up just to get our bearings.
Sounds like a plan.
I don't know where we are.
All right.
What do you guys think, Garnan and Henrik, etc.?
I don't really know what to think.
I mean,
No further comment.
this is a difficult situation. If we go up, then we might want to try to find some disguises so we don't stand out as strangers. Maybe we could steal some cloaks. We might be able to pass off as purebloods. Garnan, you probably have to pass as an abomination.
Oh.
Oh, he already is.
And and Belwraith, you'd probably be just fine.
Alright,
There
settle down.
There are tiefling in their culture. Above
Your kind.
above game, they're about to say any race can have tieflings.
Oh.
And
good to know.
and because Belwraith is a demonic tiefling, he actually would probably fit in with them more than you'd think. So, what's the plan, guys?
Going. We need to get cloaks.
You want to go up?
Sure.
Yep.
All right. In that case, who is going up first?
Probably would be a good idea if the stealthiest one
Yeah.
goes, but
No,
Just a
absolutely.
So, Kazir.
Get up there, Kazir.
all right.
All right, Kazir, go ahead.
That's climbing.
Go ahead and just roll me a stealth check as you're climbing up.
Okay. Would Cat Pass without a trace still be active, or
A pass without a trace would still be active at this current moment. You guys haven't been
Okay.
walking too far since you've recasted.
35?
35. Alrighty. As you go up, like you do see like there is a hatch. It's not like a steel hatch like you would see in like a city. Like this is like kind of like a crude wooden one. It
Makes
takes
sense.
it takes a little bit of like like pull it open. But as you look up, you are inside of a city. It's, if I had to make a comparison to like what the city looks like from your, at least from your view, it looks very like Aztecian, like very, or Mayan would be a good way to look at it too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
A lot of like stone structures in the sand. It's honestly, like, from your perspective, some of these buildings are very beautiful, but you do see there's a decent amount of snake people. But a lot of people in cloaks. But as with your passive perception, you'd see that you are like in an alleyway. There are a couple buildings nearby, but like you'd probably have to go a little ways if you wanted to find like find a place to hide, or I mean, you could also just go into one of these houses and see what's inside them.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll climb out, carefully climb out, and sneak into one of the nearest houses.
Alrighty, so if you're, go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand, if you're going to try to like, because like there are windows on these houses and everything. I assume you're going to try to like crease one open and just kind of take a look around.
Yeah, it completely makes sense.
Absolutely. So I'll ask this question: house to your left or house to your right?
Right.
Okay. As you go up to a window with a 25, easily done. Like this is hardly your first B&E. You simply take your tools and you just kind of like and
Carefully jimmy the window open.
And you lift it up. As you look in, I mean, it's a pretty open. Oh my gosh. Did that affect you guys too? Ow, my ears.
Oh, it's on your end too? You hear it's really weird?
Oh, I like held down on the side of my microphone and like I just heard a like sound right in my ears, and it's just like, oh. Did that affect you guys too?
Like you're talking into a tin can.
How about now?
You sound good.
Even worse.
Oh God. Is it?
Yeah, no, that's worse.
Hold on. Let me leave the call and come
Now
back.
you're good.
There we go.
Oh, am I good? I'll have to listen to stream later to find out what I sounded like. But what I was saying is though, as you kind of like jimmy the window, like you're able to get the window up, like, you know, very like up it goes. As you look in, the house looks empty. Kind of makes sense. It's like midday right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like there's much in this house. Maybe a single person lives here, or maybe there just isn't a lot here. Did you want to like search the house, maybe to see if you can find stuff, or?
Yeah, I'll quickly search the house to see if I can find extra robes.
Absolutely. In that case, go ahead, just roll me an investigation check.
Okie dokie.
26.
26.
Absolutely. It takes you a little bit, not too much. Like, you're pretty methodical. Again, this is not your first B&E. You've had to steal in the past.
Yeah.
So you kind of get the idea of where you need to look in order to find what you're looking for. But as it takes a little bit, whoever owns this is honestly pretty tall. They seem to have like 2 cloaks and a couple of ponchos. But as go ahead.
I was gonna say I just grab the cloaks and ponchos.
Absolutely. As you're kind of looking through, you do find gold.
Yeah, because you won't take the gold.
Fair enough. All right, you take the cloaks and you take the ponchos. But
how many cloaks and ponchos together?
But I say 2 ponchos and 3 cloaks. But you're kind of cleaning out this person's closet.
He feels because he would feel kind of bad about it, but needs outweigh the things right now.
Yeah.
And how many party members are there with us right now? My brain just
total of 7.
cracked a bit. 7.
But if any of you guys have cloaks,
I have a cloak. Somebody broke into my house and just stole my cloak.
They left my gold. They stole my clothes. What the hell?
And yeah, Kazir will sneak back to the party.
Absolutely. So as you kind of sneak back to the party, you see Kazir just has a bunch of folded clothes in his hand. But
Hopefully, these will help with disguises.
I say,
You know, extra
a-
layers to.
I will say
What's up?
this. I will say this. A couple of these cloaks are a bit big. You're gonna end up having to, for some of you people, for some of you players, you're gonna have to roll up the cloak a little bit. But because of the size of whoever owns this, one of them does fit Garnan.
Well, that's kind of good and also a little bit scary because now I pissed off some big guy.
There's gonna be a big snake man who's gonna be fucking mad at me, I guess. He'll never know.
knows you though.
Quick question: what exactly should an abomination look like?
Typically, abomination.
Ugly.
Typically abominations are like mutated Yanti. They're like they're either off colored or sometimes they only have a snake head or snake legs.
So no legs.
Yes, the lower half of a snake's body. But the thing is, as long as you keep your hood up, if they see the blue, they'll see you they'll think you're a mutated Yanti.
Well, like, do you think they have like truth sight or something?
Very few. It would have to be one of their advisors that would probably have that ability.
Winter.
Yes.
I read that book on the demons in the abyss.
Yes.
Would I have like more religious knowledge about their customs?
You could roll a religion check.
We will do that.
The DC is lowered because of the fact that you've read the book.
I believe I only have a +12.
Only. Only.
28.
Nice.
28, nice. Okay, so you would know this about Yanti culture when it comes to their religion. It kind of depends on where in the world they are and like their customs. Most Yanti actually don't follow the traditional pantheon. They actually follow their own being known as the Quetzal Queen. Which is essentially you would know as a Quetzalcoatl that has apparently become corrupted.
Yeah.
They draw their power from ritualistic sacrifices, and they have favorites amongst their people. They're kind of a. The thing is they're kind of like an offshoot deity. Like, if I had to make a comparison, it's like they're a minor god. They're not a major god. But they're enough to be a minor deity because the Yanti worship them.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is like they can be reasoned with. It's just that they're stubborn, especially when it comes to religious matters. If they think it'll benefit the Quetzal Queen, they will do whatever it takes. It's very cultish and unsettling. But
what does Quetzal Queen like?
Quetzal Queen likes power. Like, if you're powerful, then you would be designated as essentially a prime sacrifice. But if you do favors for the Quetzal Queen, you often are considered like an acolyte.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that you would know with that high of a religion check, the followers of the Quetzal Queen would know that your magic would work in her presence.
Yeah.
And that would mean that you are an acolyte. Unless you have other religious artifacts on you, but then that would see you as a heretic or a deceiver. Then they'd want to sacrifice you to power the Quetzal Queen.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You would know with that high of a check too, there are other like beings that they follow. If this is a particularly bad follower, a group of Yanti, they follows what's the god's name? Zephyr?
Oh,
Gotta
that
say,
one too.
Zephyr is the god of assassins and poison.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or is it Zephyr or Zahir?
I don't know.
No.
Either way, but I say you guys probably would know that Sahir is that Ukatoa is the avatar to Sahir. But I say, essentially, Zahir is a very, very dangerous god. Very evil. Like, very evil. They really like the human sacrificing. Especially by poisoning or mutilation.
Yeah.
But there are good Yanti. They're like the Quetzal Queen is an evil deity, but there are Yanti that worship the beings known as Quetzalcoatl, like which are like angelic snakes.
Yeah.
Like and actual Quetzalcoatl are considered like guardians of the realms of good. But the thing is like those followers are typically like in society. Like Idris Shankala has a group of Yanti that worship the Quetzalcoatl. Not the Quetzal Queen, but the Quetzalcoatl.
Winter, I assume my disguised self from being a Fearbulk would not work here, correct?
But I say, actually, that is a racial ability. That would work here.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to disguise myself to look like I've got a snake head instead of a Fearbulk head.
Absolutely. But I say you cast this guy's self, and are you trying to do like a traditional like snake head? Are you aiming for a particular type of snake, or are you just trying to make it as generic as
I'm kind of
possible?
going for like a king cobra kind of feel, you know?
Hey, no, that's solid. That's solid. What colors?
Blue.
Nice.
Blue with like the tint of purple.
Absolutely. I say, just make sure you mark off your use of that ability for the day.
Yep. I'll probably forget I have it tomorrow, so I'll be alright.
It's fine. That's it.
You think this will pass?
She looks at you and kind of like Ice and Summer kind of looks at you and goes, "Actually, yes, this is very well done, Garnan."
Not uglier. Hooray.
I think it was better like this, actually.
I say,
Yeah, not in the scales.
so you guys throw on cloaks, throw on your various cloaks and ponchos. I say, but yes, you would know. But that is kind of what you would know as far as the religion goes. That the big thing to steer away from is the Quetzal Queen is a very jealous god. She doesn't like sharing her followers. So if this group is followers of the Quetzal Queen, basically, if you like get caught with sigils or like symbols or sigils of other gods, they would deem it heresy and would want to sacrifice you. They have strict standings when it comes to their gods. Like they do not accept. They have no leniency or any tolerance for deceiving or trying to trick other people. As far when it comes to the Quetzal Queen, like they are blunt. If to put it like plainly, they don't like lying. They don't like trickery. They don't like arcane magic.
Oh.
Like they often see it as a means for deceivers to be amongst their group. And you would think that like in a way that'd be a good thing, but the problem is like they sacrifice people, so it's kind of a bad thing.
Makes sense.
And they know, and like once again, they see power in, like if they see power in powerful people. So if you are strong, and especially if you're magically inclined and can cast magic in their presence, they see you as powerful, and they would technically. And if you're a worshiper, you'll be fine. But if you're not a worshiper, they see you as a worthy sacrifice. Welcome to heretical society.
Yeah, getcha.
Everything's kind of backwards. They're kind of awful people, but I mean they're also snake people, so it makes sense. And you would also know that the sigil of the Quetzal Queen is a serpent with 6 wings. Whereas a follower of a Quetzalcoatl would be a snake with 8 wings.
Haha, good to know.
But that is what you get with your check. What would you guys like to do?
I say we should all go up and. Oh, what? Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, Tiny.
You didn't.
I think we should all go and try to figure out, or should we all go up and investigate, or maybe we should backtrack through the tunnels and check that area. It seems like that might be a little more secure. This is kind of in a public street area. It opens into an alley, but the alley leads to public area. That is right. It did kind of lead to an alleyway, but that alley led to more open spaces where people were.
That is correct. Like there are people. It's just the fact that. But from what you've seen, like most of them wear cloaks and everything, which kind of makes sense because you're in a desert.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Don't mind me. I'm also eating a sour candy.
No worries.
Some.
Lemonade. Yeah, I'm eating I'm eating Warhead sour wedges.
They're not very.
Oh.
They're not very sour.
They're good though, right?
Warheads aren't very sour anyway.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, you gotta get the warhead, the mega warheads.
I don't know what the fuck you guys mean by those things aren't very sour. I swear to God, those things are made of hardened citric acid.
Yeah.
But that makes them delicious. They make your mouth bleed.
Yeah.
No,
They'll make your mouth
already
bleed.
bleeding enough.
So what does the party decide? Should we go straight up or backtrack to the path that may
Kind of
have
at your guys'
something?
beck and call.
Vernon kind of already used his disguised self, so yes. Oh, I don't
Fair
know
enough.
where a store could be that we have access to.
That we have access to.
I mean, just to give a reminder, because Tiny, you did roll really high. If depending on their culture, I mean, like, Yanti are kind of on equal grounds unless you're part of their like they have a monarchy, like they have like people that are like born, like, well, monarchy wouldn't be the right term. Caste system would be a more accurate way to look at it.
Hierarchy.
Like they have a
Like,
hierarchy.
A hierarchy and is not a caste system. Brain not working.
Like they
is it?
as long as you're, but I say if you're born to a certain blood, like most of the people are considered equal. It's just that those of royal lineage, like specific scale colors and everything,
Are extra equal.
yeah, they're extra equal. And you would know that with your role about like the barons and then the baron lords.
Come here, you silly cat.
But it's like,
Let's find out which territory we're in.
Yep.
Let's go up.
all right, so you guys
All
go,
right.
so you guys go up.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. As you guys come up, again, just to give a brief description of what you guys have seen and what you guys like, what Kazir has seen, like kind of peeking out the alleyway and everything. It is very like Aztecian, very Mayan style buildings, like stone structures, and they're architecturally it is quite beautiful, but it is still in a sandy area. There's a lot of water here, though. Like there's a lot of water here. Like to the point where there's like open pathways of water going through the city.
Cool.
But you also notice that there is a decent amount of Yanti, decent amount of merchants. And to your guys' surprise, or probably not, you see a couple of tieflings just kind of free roaming in this place.
Darn.
Like they don't look like Belwraith though. Like these tieflings are kind of bulkier and like Like they're similar to Belwraith in the traditional sense that they have demonic features rather than devilish features. But they're unlike Belwraith, their demonic features are very apparent. Like they have like bulkier muscle, like their muscles are much like kind of like ugly bulky, if that makes sense. Like almost to make them look disproportionate. Like they have like elongated like fangs and stuff that make them look more like Bulgaras than anything else.
One arm's bigger than the other.
Yeah, they're kind of like disfigured, but they are tieflings. They're
So
just
I'm hearing them from master debaters.
they're true master debaters. they just look like Quagmire on that one episode when he found out the internet exists.
I gotta go over there
There.
now.
Whoa, Quagmire, that arm of yours, that's pretty. Bro, you've been working out? Yeah, just
No, no. Anyways, I gotta go. I gotta go.
I gotta go. So, gotta say, but yeah, there are a lot of people, and like there are merchants, there are like obviously the majority of the people you see are snake people, but you do see some tieflings, and they're walking pretty openly. What would you guys like to do?
Is there
Let's-
any? Oh, sorry. I'll let you go. You were already.
Since they're merchants, Blue's gonna try and see what currency they use.
Absolutely. As you are you just like trying to observe like what like somebody else's transaction, or are you gonna try to like go up and just talk to them?
It's first off, just observe the transaction.
Absolutely. But I say you watch them. No roles necessary in this case, because I assume you guys are just trying to act like common folk. You guys are just kind of looking around and walking a bit. Like Blue, as you watch, it seems to be traditional trade. Seems like gold and silver.
Nope.
Which I mean, kind of makes sense because you guys are so close to Atharia.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like that.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure, completely understandable. You do notice that they do use you do notice that there is one thing that they trade in that seems a bit odd. You do see scarabs, but they're not like your like moving bugs. They seem to be like there does seem to be like these jeweled like scarabs, but like
Little scarabs are pretty.
But the thing is, but as you're like observing them do trade, you watch as that jeweled scarab comes out, and like immediately the auntie's like, you see them pull out like nicer things. You get the sense maybe that might be worth something in this culture, but you're not quite sure.
So I gotta get me a scarab.
Makes sense.
While Tiny's doing that, is there any buildings that look like they're places of importance?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check because you're looking for specific kind of buildings.
22.
22.
Jeez.
They're doing
Another. Sorry.
No, you're fine. This is the beauty of fucking reliable talent. Like, fortunately, when it comes to skills that you are proficient in, fortunately you really can't roll low.
Fair point.
But with that, you're kind of like using your knowledge of like various cultures to like determine this stuff. But with your eyes, you're kind of just peeking at signs and everything. Fortunately for you, you speak and read Draconic. So like,
Oh yeah.
the majority of what is written on these is written in Draconic,
Oh, cool.
which is a staple
Is that not actually. Oh yeah, there it is.
because it's a staple in Yuan-ti culture. As you are like looking at it, you do see that there are signs of like blacksmiths. There are signs of like there are signs of like crafting places. You do see a fucking shady looking place where they're selling potions. But you also do see one that seems to be a tavern of some kind. But it's the thing is that again, you're not exactly steeped in, you're not very well knowledgeable of Yuan-ti culture, so you could tell that one of them is an inn of sorts.
Any idea what kind of place we're looking for?
Ice and Summer kind of looks at you all and goes, if they have the sword, probably be amongst their treasure. Unfortunately, I don't know where that would be. I'd have to take a guess. It would probably be where the. I would hope that this is only a place with a baron. If it's a baron lord, then this might be a problem. But it would be in one of their temples. And she kind of points, and you guys do see like there are some pretty large buildings, but the one does stand out. But the thing is, unlike normal places where like, oh, it'd be a palace or a castle, it looks like a massive temple with a sigil of a snake with 6 wings.
Ah. Then I believe we should make our way there. It would make sense. That's where they would be having the sword, anyways.
It would probably be where they would be. But we might want to be careful. We don't want to just waltz up and act like we belong.
Of course.
So, what would you guys like to do?
I say make our way to
Waltz
the
up
temple.
and act like we belong.
Pull up and act like we belong. You're not gonna let us in, stranger?
How about a
Ah.
lot of fucking money?
Pardon me.
I mean,
Curious how to get a scarab.
you could try talking to the merchants if you wanted to.
Oh, it's sure. Blue's gonna do that.
Alright.
He's gonna
Of
head
course.
towards the merchant. Hey, Blue's a merchant man.
As you walk up, does Blue speak Draconic?
No, but he speaks Abyssal.
Okay, you hear him look to you and go,
As I say.
He's gonna respond in Abyssal. Sorry, didn't catch that.
Oh, I see. You speak
the tone of the guttural beings.
That is fine. I also know this tongue. What are you in the market for?
What is his thing selling?
He's selling a variety of what appears to be a variety of weapons, clothing. You see a decent, multiple different kinds of athames, ceremonial like sacrificial daggers. You see. Oh gosh, sorry. My cat is just, like using her tail and hitting my mouse. Hi. Why do you only want my attention when I'm here? I'm in every other room all the rest of the day. Hello?
So your cats are weird like that. It's
Cat-
like the only time they really want your attention is when it's on something else that's not them.
Yeah, it's like she picks the worst times. But you see a lot of like sacrificial daggers. You see some torturing equipment, which is kind of messed up. You do see some really nice clothing and jewelry, though. like, and not in the sense of like value as in like, oh, it's worth like 1,000, 20,000 gold. It's like, it's very,
Looks good.
like it looks very refined, like very like simple, but very like, if you were like trying to like wear jewelry or something like that, this isn't like too flashy. This is just very nice looking jewelry. You do see he also has a couple of vials of liquid. You don't know what they are, but you see, because it's written with Draconic like above them. So he has this merchant has a variety.
Does he have any sapphire jewelry?
Yes, he does.
I need a bow, some arrows, an athame, and he looked at the jewelry. How about this? He's going to point out one of the sapphire ones.
Absolutely. Jeff, he has a sapphire necklace. He also has a like a brooch with a sapphire with a rectangular sapphire in it. He also has a like a what would be the term for it? A bracelet with a like almost heart shaped sapphire on it.
He's going to take the necklace.
Absolutely. So, but I say necklace and athame. He does look to you, go, unfortunately, we do not have any standard bows, but we do have crossbows.
And use a crossbow. That'll work too.
Hand crossbow. Are you looking for a hand crossbow, a standard crossbow, or a large crossbow?
I'll be right back.
I'd be rogue skin. I think rogues only get hand crossbows.
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah. A hand crossbow.
I see. And how many bolts with that?
20.
20? Alright, fair enough.
You watch as he pulls out some stuff and everything. You watch as he like pulls this stuff together. I mean, again, like it's not terrible quality. In fact, like the crossbow and everything looks to be in pretty decent shape, like very well taken care of. You watch as he pulls out a ritualistic knife that he shows you like the different markings and everything.
Yes, it was made inside of our city. You can see by the markings, and fortunately for you, all of them have been made with silver.
You watch as he closes it up. You do see a sigil of a sigil of a snake with 6 wings, but he puts it back in the sheath, and then he also grabs the necklace.
There we are. You're looking at a total of 260 gold.
Alright. He will pull out 260 gold.
Thank you very much.
He will pass you the items.
Of course. That person before, I saw they showed off a scarab. A jeweled scarab.
Yes. That is an Edrician scarab. Very rare in this part. You'd have to go very far south past the southern country of Uskar if you wanted to get your hands on one. They are intrinsic to our culture. But
you watch as he pulls one out, and you watch as he mutters some words, and you watch as the scarab starts to light up.
They are intrinsically tied to Yuan-Ti and enhance our power. Blessed be the Quetzal Queen.
He just kind of watches it light up.
Yeah. He watches.
What?
You watch as like the different jewels like kind of enhance his power, and like you immediately can smell poison. Like you're no stranger to the smell of poison. Like, because your uses a decent amount of it, and you've been, like, you've had to deal with assassins in the past. Like, it's caustic, but not in the sense of acid. Like, this is like, if this got in your lungs, it would be a very, very bad time. But you watch as he puts the scarab away. They are a rare thing here. I keep some special trinkets in exchange for these. I'm a sort of collector here.
That would make sense. I can tell why. Well, if I ever make a trip to Idris Color, I'll see what I can find.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, if you don't want to sell it to me, if you sell it to any Yuan-Ti merchant, they will pay, or if you want to get in good with the royalty, using one of these scarabs can get you far.
What a weird thing to tell a stranger.
I'm sorry, I zoned out. What was it?
Do you know if there'd be any way I could get one of those around here?
Around here?
I know they're rare, but
There are a few of us who
I know they're rare, but
There's a few of us who own them. They're not common. A couple of merchants, but they would be a bit difficult to get your hands on. Ooh, you could go bed at the pit. They are typically soldiers who like to gamble, but you'd have to bet a high price if you want to get that from them. But otherwise, the other place you could find them. If you go to the Quetzal Queen's temple. But you would be. I hate to tell you this, but they would not take kindly to you requesting their scarabs.
I had a feeling that wouldn't be the greatest idea.
No, but if you're a person of chance, you could go to the pit. It's a gambling hall. But once again, you'd have to bet a high price to get someone to risk risk a scarab.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sell. And you watch as he reaches out a hand to you.
Oh, that name's actually fucking perfect. He said Sal as his name, right?
Yes.
Blue is going to pretty much shake his hand.
Hmm.
No black scan.
Pleasure.
Ooh.
I say, are you new to the city?
Decently. I've been traveling the desert for a few weeks now.
And where do you hail?
It's hard to believe up here. I need to find the map.
Absolutely. Find the map. Find the map.
We are currently pretty much at the southwest of the Exeter Desert, right?
That is correct.
And the place Blue appeared when he used the teleportation cube was in the Exeter Desert, pretty much like dead set in the center.
That is correct.
Right. And Was Yanti there?
Mm-hmm.
I hail about the center of the Exeter Desert. I'd like to travel up.
Ah, you hail from Zephymar.
Can I insight to see if he's trying to fuck with me?
Oh, absolutely. Roll an insight check.
Alright. I know people of this culture don't like lies, so
Oh, no, absolutely.
we'll see. Insight. Where the fuck is my insight? God damn.
Sometimes you gotta play the game to know the game.
I'm going to use a point of lucky and a bardic inspiration.
Absolutely.
21.
Oh, he's baiting you.
That bardic inspiration helps.
He's baiting you. Like you could tell that he is that's not what like you can tell that like he's almost like questioning you as you're like he's trying to bait you into something.
He kind of just raised an eyebrow, which just moved his mask a bit.
Mm.
What?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Fair enough. He looks at you. Roll a deception check.
Okay. Gonna use another point of bardic inspiration. Deception. Fuck. Fine,
Whoa.
I'll use birthday inspiration. Avery's pissed. That, you know. 36.
36? Alrighty. He looks at you and he goes, apologies. We've had some intruders not too long ago. Have to be careful.
I understand.
But if you are new here, then you should know. Then just be wary. The guards have been a bit thorough lately. A thief has made their way here. Yeah. If you want to take your chance, if you would like to join in the delight, the prisoner is currently being held in the town square.
Well, I think you just made my afternoon.
Which, by the way, seeing a snake laugh is a little disturbing because the fangs come out.
That insight check was. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to Yanti culture.
And that's why I
could've
tried to say, don't do it.
No, I've got good information from this, and I figured out he was fucking with me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But if you rolled shitty, it wouldn't have been.
When
would've
does Tiny ever roll shitty, Stray?
Fair point.
I got a 5 and I got a 3, a 5, and a 3. Shut up.
Ignore that. When does Tiny ever roll shitty, Stray?
Fair point.
Anyways, Blue would have still probably been skeptical.
He looks to you and he goes. He looks to you and he goes. Pleasure doing business with you. Welcome to Kirkram.
Spell that for me.
I will put it in the D&D chat.
Your crown. I have a friend named Kier. Anyways. Thank you. Who made this necklace? If you don't...
Oh, that would be. I have a private jeweler here in town. He lives in the higher districts, but I've helped his children in the past start their business with us, and so we've made a deal. So I've made a deal with him. He sells me jewelry at a fair price. His name is,
Pulling up my notes.
I am smart. SMRT. I mean SMRT.
His name is Varen. Varen Alkija.
It's a fitting name for someone who made this quality.
He is a very well-talented jewelist.
He does both the jewels and the metalworking?
That is correct.
Talented indeed.
That's why the jewel fits perfectly into the metal.
He's going to put on that necklace because Blue likes sapphires.
I mean, it's very comfortable. It's a quality chain. Like you grew up in the capital. This is something that would sell probably pretty well. There's just nothing super lavish about it. It's very simplistic, but that also is kind of what makes it better than most jewelry.
Makes it look good.
I say that's also me, the DM speaking. Like, I personally fucking hate those super extravagant jewelry. Fuck that shit. Like,
I'd also just be happy with like a necklace with just a little gem in the center.
yeah, like that shit's so cool. But I say I fucking hate what's deemed as like, oh, this is the top of the line jewelry. It's like, fuck that shit. There's too much going on here.
It looks like if I rubbed it, it scratched me while losing value.
Exactly. I say that's the DM being a little biased, but also like this is like a necklace that would like be perfect for like enchantment.
Yeah, I'm planning on it.
Oh no, fair, completely fair. It's one of those things where like when you do enchantments on stuff like this is like what they typically go for. Easy to work with.
He's gonna kind of look over. The inn is there, right?
Yes. The inn is right there.
And you watch as he points to the one that Kazir's kind of, I assume Kazir's kind of like looking at, but not directly, like indirectly looking at.
Yeah.
Kind of like doing the sweep of like looking around.
Yes.
That's good.
You will find no better inn than the Athame.
Get murdered there.
The owner was sacrificed to the Quetzal Queen. Thus the inn was named after the experience.
What a way to go.
There is no better way to go.
And you watch as he actually does it. He brings his hands together, lifts them up above his head, and kind of separates his arm, going like away from his body. It's like a gesture of prayer.
All praise to the Quetzal Queen.
Jesus smiles a bit. Figured I'd ask, but I was sadly not blessed with the whole being able to read Draconic. I really need to learn it sometime.
So no wonder why I couldn't. Why you did not fall victim to my wordplay. You are from the north. They don't speak. They don't speak in ours, in our tongue. No, they'd rather side with those demons.
Want to learn the tongue. I just haven't had the time yet.
So stick with your kind. You'll learn.
Thank you.
Of course. Of course. Now move along. Now please move along. I have more customers.
Yep. Since Blue took up his time and got information from him, Blue's giving him 10 gold and leaving.
He'll take and go. Pleasure doing business with you.
Pleasure's all mine. And he leaves.
Absolutely.
Blue is a merchant at heart.
But definitely has the heart of a merchant.
Yeah.
He killed.
You know, it's
body and you know.
it's in his bag of holding.
Yeah, he ripped out a merchant's heart and put it in the bag of holding.
I knew he was fucking with me.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to a city of Yanti, man. Nobody, but I say everyone's gonna be. Everybody's a snake.
Yeah. That city name didn't sound real. Now we're gonna ask if the city is actually real.
I mean, you could roll a history check.
Fucking sure. Why not? No. That's definitely real.
This is
or fake, I
bullshit.
don't know.
But I say, obviously, obviously that motherfucker was playing me. No, you're
It's
just
real,
like.
or was it fake?
But I say, and I'm a ghost, or am I? Da, da.
He's going to move back to the party.
So while Blue was talking to them, what is everybody else doing in the meantime? I see Kazir is like scanning like the buildings. Was there anything Belwraith, Henrik, or Garnan would be doing in this time?
Not really. Just keeping my head down. I'm not looking for any attention.
Absolutely, like kind of going up against a wall and just
Mostly watching people's backs.
absolutely just kind of keep.
Garnan would be like keeping his head down, but also looking, trying to understand the culture a little bit better.
Ooh, if that's the case, go ahead and Garnan, go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Okay.
Damn.
Hi. 19.
19. But I say, Garnet, you're kind of just watching people. Like you're people watching. You're just seeing how interactions are done. There are 3 things you notice with that high of a check. First things first that you notice is that anytime they speak of the Quetzal Queen, like they do that movement with their hands. They do like can you bring their hands together while still together, lifted above their head, and basically separate them down, each hand going to their side, open palm. For any of you who watch SpongeBob, it's like when he was like imagination, but it's like a lot more like in comparison it's very like but I say because I mean this is kind of what inspired me for this kind of culture. It's very like how in Hindi culture like they do their prayers. They would bring their like if you watch traditional Hindi worshipping, they would like bring their hands up and it's almost in a separation to like resemble where the gods are above. It's very similar to that. Not one for one, obviously, because the snake people are kind of bastards. But it's like very similar in that sense. The second thing you notice, anytime you see a snake person that's like you, like, you know, big snake head or one of these tieflings, you see their heads go down when they see a humanoid snake person.
like you see the like when I say like like humanoid snake people, I'm talking like people who could pass for human, but like have like smothering of scales and snake-like eyes, or even snake people that are mainly human but have like but are like more like blue size with a snake head. But they could pass for human with a hood. Anytime like an abomination Yuan-ti or one of these like tieflings come up to them, it's almost like head down.
Right.
The third thing you notice, you notice that whenever they talk, it's always you notice that they're very to the point. Conversations are very clear and concise. There's no real beating around the bush. If that makes sense.
Finally.
Yeah,
I fit in.
Yeah, kind of. It's almost like they come up. It's like, hello. I am doing this. Cool. I am doing this. All right, and they just move on with their
I need to change nothing.
But Bellerith kind of fits into this society. But it's unlike Atharia or even amongst your own kind. Like, there's always a little bit of intermingling because of the fact that you're like trying to understand, like, oh, how is the tribe this morning? It's like the tribe as well. They are doing this and this. That is good to hear. In this case, these people are very like, what are you doing? I am doing this. All right, I am doing this. All right, then we have no reason to continue this conversation. No, we do not. All right, and they just move on. Like, it's very quick, concise, to the point. But this is also out in the open. Maybe somewhere else they might speak more comfortably, but at least
when the abominations and tieflings are speaking to the pureblood, are they still like? I assume they're doing their head down. Are they like actively talking to them?
They will talk, but it's almost a sense of like the abominations and these bulky tieflings. They're very like they speak like it's like these purebloods speak down to them. It's almost like they're like a second class, like the abominations or the tieflings are second class citizens. Like they are subservient. Unfortunately, unless you like ask questions, you're not going to get too much out of it, but you can tell like anytime a pureblood walks up, like the abominations are very quickly to like, like head down, almost stepping to the side to let them pass. And
I kind of want to, like, as I'm people watching, listen in on some conversations from abominations specifically and learn their speaking patterns.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll me a perception check. And I will give you advantage because you kind of were able to get this insight.
Perception.
Damn, fucking hell.
30-20.
I say you're on a roll, Wolf. Jesus. But I say with a 20, you notice that their mannerisms are very like they're kind of brutish in their conversation. Like when they talk, they're unlike the others who are like, "How dare you get out of my way?" The Brutus are very much like, yes, more down here. Yes, trying to pass. Don't mind me. Like, very much subdued. They don't talk unless they're talked to.
Subdued and soft spoken.
Yes, that would be the best way to explain their speaking pattern. Whenever they talk to each other, or if they talk to a tiefling, similar conversations, like very to the point, and they move on with their day. Whenever it comes to a pureblood, they are like head down. Like they do not look them in the eyes, and if all possible, they step out of the way so that the purebloods can make their way through the streets.
Is there any instance of a pureblood or a aberration or whatever intentionally fucking with the dudes?
Not really. They don't really seem like at least from what you're seeing, the purebloods don't even bother fucking with them. It's almost like a level of disdain. Like it's like if a pureblood saw abomination, it's almost with a level of hate. Like, what are you even doing in my path? Move, peasant. Like, it's almost like there's a level of disgust when they see them.
Okay.
You do notice every now and again that a pureblood might have an abomination like stand by with a weapon, like kind of like a bodyguard.
Right.
But similarly, if they do not
And
talk,
Are those,
go ahead.
Are those better dressed than the other ones?
Kind of, not really. Like
Okay.
they are still considered lesser, so their clothing choices, like most of them aren't even wearing
No,
shirts.
The purebloods.
The
Are
pure-
they
Yes,
specifically.
yes.
Okay.
They are nicer dressed. They have like some of them even wear robes, like kind of like sorcerer robes.
Hmm.
But it's in like but almost all of the purebloods are wearing sigils of the Quetzalcoatl. Like what Henrik would know as the Quetzalcoatl, what you guys would know as the serpent with 6 wings. But I say not all of them, just a lot of them.
Queen is the bad one, correct?
Yes, the Quetzalcoatl's the bad one. The Quetzalcoatl is like, oh, you're powerful? Perfect. All right, we're going to stab you and send you to her.
Gotcha.
But I say the Quetzalcoatl is the one that would be like, that would fit in with society.
Gotcha.
Like most people would probably go like, oh, you worship a snake god. Oh, but like for normal society, they'd go like, oh, you worship the serpent of protection. Okay, that's fair. Like we can respect that. In comparison to like the Quetzalcoatl, or is the the god of poison and assassination, and a god of sacrifices and snakes. But yeah, like the thing is every time you look at an abomination, majority of them don't even wear shirts. Like they wear only pants. The only ones who wear shirts are the bodyguards.
Okay.
Think like House Goblin rules. Like you better say you're Dobby. Like you're not allowed to have clothing. Like you wear a potato sack, but for the abominations, they wear like loincloths. Like just kind of enough to cover up the business. And they would have like weapons, but that's about it.
Yeah.
But ones that are bodyguards are like wear clothing. It's just the fact that they, similar to every other one, they do not look purebloods in the eye. They always keep their heads down, speak only when they are spoken to, unless they are amongst their own kind. Then they can speak with each other. It's kind of the gist of what you get.
Gotcha. Okay.
Welcome to Yanti culture. It's not a good time. Everyone's kind of oppressed, but that's the culture they live in.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I just want to say this. I have been sitting on Yanti culture for a very long time. I had this prepped in case you guys went to the south of the country. You guys probably would have bumped into this culture sooner.
Makes sense.
But we're here, and we're gonna get to enjoy it now.
Yeah.
But that's what Garnan is doing. Henrik, is there anything that you would be doing at this time, or are you just kind of sticking to yourself? Irma?
Henrik is dead.
Oh God! They
We
sacrificed
lost him
him.
in war.
They sacrificed him. Oh
He
shit!
passed out.
Oh no!
Riku fell asleep.
But I say you guys didn't see the snakes grab Henrik and drag him through the streets. It's awful. Oh my God! Or worse, they'll try to turn him. Which is another thing, by the way, in their culture. They can turn people.
Oh, that I
Oh.
know. That's how the abominations come apart.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Uh-huh. Well, not always. Some can turn into purebloods. But
Oh.
but typically you have to be very powerful to become one. Yeah. Yanti culture is fucked, man. Like, it's very fucked. But it's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Like I played a Yanti not too long ago. I played a Yanti sorcerer. Like they are fun. They are very interesting.
Oh yeah, this has given me an idea for a character for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Cool.
I was say I have a. But I say one of my Thursday crew players is a Yanti from Idris and Kala. But I say he's been very fun to play with because he's just like asking questions like, "What are the Yanti like?" And I gave him the whole spiel, and he's like, "That's fucked." And I'm like, "Yep." And he's like, "This is awesome. What the fuck?" Like it's a culture where nobody trusts each other. Huh? Funny.
Man, it kind of sounds like the real world.
Oh,
Ooh.
yep, pretty much. Yeah, but at least there's a healthy level of paranoia amongst us. In their culture, it's like kill or be killed.
It's not Skaven. What's the point?
Hey, there are rat people in my world.
Are they Skaven though?
No, they're not quite Skaven, but they are definitely. There is a level of Skaven amongst them.
Good.
That's in one of the is in the only country that is connected that connects the northern and southern hemisphere. But you'd have to pass through the Grand Line to get to it.
I know what that is.
Yeah, the Grand Line. It's what separates the northern hemisphere from the southern hemisphere in Boromia. It's like quote unquote the equator. But it's known as the Grand Line because it's essentially nobody there have been very few adventurers in the entirety of the world that have gone from the northern hemisphere to the south or from the south to the north. Because the Grand Line is treacherous. Legitimately, it is it is constantly brewing with storms. It is a very terrible place to be. The only way you can get from the northern hemisphere to the south or the south to the north is through teleportation. But as or you have to go through the country to the south of Idrish, which is Posea. And even then, it's a treacherous path. But I mean, if you guys want to learn more,
It's not fun.
if you guys want to learn more, I mean, you guys could always look into it as your characters. But as far as you guys, I mean, but I think the only one of you guys who would know about it would be Blue because of legends and lore, and Kazir because you grew up in Uskar.
Oh.
But I say you know about it. You've probably never been to it or anywhere near it because
It definitely makes sense.
it's far to the south of Idrish. But I mean, like people from Idrish would talk about it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody from the southern hemisphere comes to the north, they would have to be through Posea. And I say into Idrish. But that's lore and legends for another time.
Yeah.
Well, but I say we'll say for the sake of brevity, because Herma apparently is passed out, that he is like Belwraith is just trying to stay out of sight, out of mind, just kind of chilling and vibing. Trying not to draw attention.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So you guys, so Blue, you rejoin your party?
Yeah.
I say
Second party that's been
what does
following
Blue
all
look like
along.
right now? What does Blue look
he
like right
pretty
now?
much he has a cloak and a mask.
Okay.
That's about it.
Keeps his clothes,
Why?
keeps himself covered up as much as possible, I assume.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, Garnan, with your insight check, but as a Blue could pass for a pureblood.
Yeah, whenever Blue does come back up to the party with Garnan is not going to look at him. Head down, for sure.
Absolutely.
Makes sense.
So, Blue, what were you able to learn?
If we can get our hands on a jeweled scarab, then we could get in good graces with the royalty. apparently a thief was in town and is now in the stocks in the middle of town. To get one of the jewels, I'd pretty much have to bet a bunch of money at the pit.
The pit.
They have a fight pit here.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I see.
The problem is that we're trying not to be noticed. If we go in and go in gambling, that might give us away.
Yeah.
Definitely. Definitely, if we start winning, that
Might.
would be definitely an I can't remember the term off the top of my head.
It would definitely.
Eye catcher.
Yeah, definitely. People would become suspicious. We'd be incriminating ourselves. What was this thief trying to steal?
I don't know. I was just told that there was a thief and I should check it out if I'm bored.
So it's a public thing.
Yes.
Interesting.
We could go do that. Maybe we can learn more.
True.
Sounds good to me.
I guess the best way to do this would be to head towards the square.
That's what we will do.
Alrighty.
Also, if we do have to stay the night here, there is an inn, like, right over there. It's called the Athame.
What? Why is it called the Athame?
The owner of it got ritually sacrificed to their god.
Oh. That's...
Yeah.
Karik kind of like sighs. Feels like home. Which I think you guys can tell, not a good sigh.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
Drow lore.
Yeah, Drow lore. Yeah, they're not afraid. Loltha also take sacrifices.
Oh.
Yeah, Drow culture isn't fun.
Let's go look at the thief.
Absolutely. So, it takes you guys a little bit of time. Not too long, because, like, I mean, most of you have been in a city, and you understand that the square is probably going to be where everyone is. It's, like, and the thing is, it kind of stands out. Like, again, everybody seems to be going to each other, stating business, moving on. So seeing a crowd is a new thing. And not only see a crowd, you hear laughter, you see a lot of people, like, even abominations and some of these tieflings are having fun. As essentially as you walk up, Garnan, you're the only one who can see what's going on because you are the tallest. You can see above the crowd. You see a goblin in stocks. Currently, people are buying, like, tomatoes or other like juicy vegetables and just throwing it at him.
Oh, it's a man. I would have gotten Niffle.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a man.
I can change that.
Whoa! Whoa!
God.
Gotta build.
Garnan turns to the party and says, "It's a goblin. People are throwing shit."
Wow. Damn.
Say you watch as like people are laughing and everything, and you hear but as a Kazir, how many of you speak Draconic?
I do not.
Just Kazir.
Oh,
I think it's only me.
I'm about to say just Kazir, because Bimpa and them are
are currently back. Philman would also understand this, but unfortunately, he is also back. Actually, Karkler knows. He knows common. Oh no, that's Philman. But I say his wrong character sheet. There we go. Yeah. But I say Kark knows common, undercommon. And he knows goblinoid.
Uh-huh.
And I say so only Kazir. I was so
Good
confused.
job,
I
Kazir.
saw Draconic on the list. I'm like, oh, and it was like, no, it's Philman. It's like, oh, that's right.
Yeah.
But yeah, you watch as you can hear them laugh and go,
This is what you get, thief. Soon you'll be sacrificed to the Quetzal Queen.
and you just see them like throwing stuff, and like one of them hits him square in the face, and you just hear just trying to like hit things out of the air, but because it's their hand is in stocks, they can't like do anything.
Yeah, I get you. Kadir winces hearing that, and then he'll translate softly. They had talking about sacrificing him to the Quetzal Queen. The tongue-tied keeps getting tripped over that.
You hear like you watch as like one of the like all of like the abomination walks up to one of the purebloods. The purebloods just like, what do you want?
Master, we must continue business. Very well, very well.
And you watch as he like snaps his fingers. Blue, it doesn't take much for you to recognize a group leader. But as a classic banditry. Like you watch as they like snap their fingers. Well, actually, banditry would be a bad word for it. Nobility would be a better word for it.
Nobility.
No, I think you mean banditry.
I mean, yeah. You watch as one of these snake people who has the head of a snake, but it's integrated into the like a humanoid body, unlike the abominations that look like someone basically mashed a snake head on top of a body. Basically, to make comparison, one looks very regal and actually looks good. The other one looks like an abomination. But I say this one like lets out their their cobra like hood, and like you see like jewelry going down the hood. But I say you see that he's got his like fang. You even see jewelry on his fangs.
Come along, we have business to do. We'll be back later to continue our fun before his sacrifice. So long, Iron Tooth.
Oh.
Oh. Uh-oh.
I've heard about him several times.
There we go. Sorry about that, guys. About to say I bumped my mic and like all of a sudden I couldn't hear you.
No worries.
Be careful.
We were talking about how that name seems very familiar. Could I roll a history, because out of character I don't remember, but
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm about to say any of you except for Belrith could roll a history check. Well, technically
what's history?
technically Henrik wouldn't be able to roll this either.
Where's
What card?
Warlock spells work.
That is correct.
Right?
Maybe.
Alright, then I can cast Eldritch Blast. Maybe.
20.
20.
Yeah.
But I say that
Dirty 20.
that name does sound familiar. But I say because you remember on a note a long time ago.
Oh,
There was-
I still have. I technically should still have that. No, wait.
Yeah, we still have
was
that
Blue?
note. 36?
36. Yeah, Blue. The note that on the white dragon in Cobalt Hall, there was a note to that dragon specifically telling them that they could join the Iron Tooth, which is the leader of a smuggling the name of a smuggling group that exists in the Exeter Desert.
Oh.
This is a plot thread we
those
could have gone on forever ago. And we
Yep.
just never
Yeah.
did.
That is correct.
He wouldn't be starting to get sacrificed. The other group is leaving, right?
Yes, they are leaving, and it's basically just this person. There are some guards that kind of pass by every now and again, but like in their culture, you get the sense that if somebody helps with a jailbreak, it probably won't end well.
Yeah. Are they still selling tomatoes?
There is a merchant that's like kind of out of their way. That like he's counting his coin.
Hey.
He is counting his coins. He made a lot of money.
Blue's gonna head over to them.
Absolutely. You watch as this this individual kind of looks like a corn snake Yanti. Like looks at you and goes, "Hello. Yeah, looking to purchase some vegetation."
I am. I was planning on having some fun. Oh, those guys have a good idea.
Oh, of course, naturally. What were you looking for? A sack or a box? Or how much vegetation were you looking?
How much is it per box?
It is 5 gold.
I will buy a box off of you.
Oh, thank you very much. And you drop the 5 coins. Yep. I say, as he takes it, you watch as he mutters something in Draconic. That is and he will hand you a box of tomatoes. Probably.
Here's the box of tomatoes.
Yeah, there's probably like 13 to 15 tomatoes in here. But they're healthy sized.
Alright.
But I say, Kazir, if you're nearby, you just hear the person just basically go, "Sucker." I mean, you guys know vegetation is super cheap. Probably would be a bit more expensive here because this is the desert. But at the same time, like,
Because it's the desert. Blue doesn't care right now.
That's
It's
fair.
more flaunting wealth.
I say in Atharia, you probably could get a tomato for a couple copper pieces.
However, we're in the middle of a desert, and that's a Yanti. I don't want to deal with it.
That's fair. That is completely fair.
Also, I wanted to show I'm rich.
That is also fair.
What are you planning, Blue?
Blue's just going to take one of the tomatoes and hold it out to Garnet. Throw this.
Yes, sir.
And he's going to throw it.
I gotta say, fair enough. Were you aiming like right at
And he's gonna fucking chuck that thing
like right at his face,
Baseball
or
style.
right at his face.
roll a strength check?
That will be dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yeah, you hit him right fucking in the face. Like, and you just hear ah, ah, as he's like trying to wipe it out of his face.
Cut
Like,
out.
oh, so you just hear him scream in Goblin. But as he like, and when I say screaming Goblin, I mean like a classic Goblin screech of just like ah, ah, ah. Like he's trying to wipe his eyes, but he can't because his hands are stuck in the stocks. But you hear,
But that'll do.
but I say you hear him like say something in Goblinoid, and Kark is just like, he has some in his eyes.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Do you want me to throw another one?
Cleric spells and warlock spells work, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, you could try.
Blue's gonna test prestidigitation.
But I say, is that your a bardic spell?
It's
Well, you could always ask me
bardic,
to
but
do it.
taken from cleric.
But I say, so this was something you got from Magical Secrets.
Yes.
But I say, through your Magical Secrets, that works.
Then Blue prestidigitation cleans it out of his eyes.
He just kind of looks up. and like you see he's kind of bleary-eyed ever so slightly. He's probably been up there for a while.
Yeah.
Are we going to help him?
I kind of want to throw another one.
Are you guys like whispering to each other?
Yes.
Because you're definitely whispered.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. What would you guys like to do? You gonna just keep throwing fruit at him?
Please do not.
Please do not.
What are we doing, Blue?
Yeah, but it was funny.
I mean, it was.
Also, he's from a smuggling group. So.
So,
Ask him what he was trying to steal.
Who, me?
No. Dumbass, do you think you know Goblin?
I mean, maybe.
Kark just looks at you, Garnan. Do you?
No.
Oh.
I mean,
I could read Goblin if it were written down, but I don't speak it.
Fair enough, fair enough. I say Kark gives you guys a look and basically goes, I mean, I can talk to him. Kazir,
Yes.
you have a spell that lets you understand people, right?
Yes, I do. My brain right now trying to
Comprehend
remember
languages.
comprehend languages. Yes, thank you. That's right.
Excuse me.
You're welcome.
I mean, if you wanted to sneak away and cast that, you could.
True. I will do my best, but I'm not sure if he will understand me.
No, but if I talk, at least you can read him.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. All right. I will sneak away and sneak
Absolutely.
off and cast that.
I will say for the sake of brevity, because you have an ungodly stealth ability. As I say, you're able to kind of sneak away to an alleyway, and you could cast comprehend languages.
I do so.
Absolutely. As you do so, and you come back, you watch as like you kind of give Kark gives you a nod, and he'll make it look like he's being cruel to the goblin. Like he'll take one of the tomatoes and like almost like kind of like smack his body with it, and he'll just start talking. So, what exactly are you in for?
Wouldn't you like to know?
And I'm just gonna go ahead. I mean, rather than me talking to myself this whole time, would you guys want me to just kind of give you the gist of what he can get?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of funny to make you talk to yourself.
As funny,
Yeah, I want to hear you talk to yourself.
yeah, as funny as it would be to talk to myself, I'm just gonna go ahead and Abby, would you mind rolling me a d20? And I'm gonna roll a d20.
10.
Alrighty. Basically, Kazir, you would understand all of this because of comprehend languages allows you to understand what they're saying. You basically get the gist that Karek is acting cruel but asking very poignant questions.
Makes sense.
Like, why did you get arrested? You find out that he was smuggling something out of the Yanti cities. He has been smuggling people out.
I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! My gut was that he wasn't pure evil.
He had, unfortunately, he slipped up on his last mission. He was getting he actually had gotten an Atharian noble out.
Oh.
Apparently, a Yanti head was able to steal a Atharian noble from the south, and basically they were going to sacrifice him. If he turned, he would have become he probably would have become a Yanti sorcerer. or warlock. But I say, but like this person had a good soul, so more than likely they probably would have died. And essentially, like the Iron Tooths were paid to sneak through and get him out. And just unfortunately, he did succeed. He got him out. He just fucked up and got caught. Basically,
You will be relaying this as it happens.
Absolutely. It's just like, what do you know about this? Well, I know that I know that they're where they keep the prisoners. And Kark's like, do you know where they keep the treasure? And basically, yes, he knows that the treasure is in the temple, being held by their baron. So it's like, Kark kind of gives Kazir a look of like, did you get that?
Gives a thumbs up. A kind of slight thumbs up.
But as Kark presses, what could you give us if we were to help you? Of course, the goblin is very much like, you can't help me. It's just like, oh, but I mean, we're pretty good. What if we at least got you out? What could you give us? And the Iron Tooth goblin actually smiles. What do you need? He looks at you guys, and he basically gives the motion of like, what could help us? I say
information.
Ugly. That's what the Seth did.
I mean, the goblin gives a look and just goes, if you know a way for me to get out, I could give you guys something extra. If you guys have something like, and he'll actually look to you in common and go, if you guys have some a way for me to get out, I have something extra special for you.
Really?
Really?
Yes.
Something extra special.
Fine special. Iron Tooth.
He looks to Kark, punch me in the gut. And like Kark's like, okay, punches him in the gut. And you watch as the goblin's like, oh. And you watch as he like almost he regurgitates a little bit, but as he looks up in his teeth, you see one of those jeweled scarabs.
Nice.
And he looks at you with a smile, but then as he does it, he lifts his head back and swallows.
I wouldn't need that.
So, what do you say? Wanna make a deal?
When's your execution scheduled?
Tomorrow.
But we have to do it.
I mean, truthfully, if you know a way for me to get out, even if you could just break the lock, I can get out myself. The path I would have taken has been blocked off.
He's gonna kind of get another tomato while eyeing the lock. And I make Arcana to see if the lock's for magic.
Absolutely. $32.
32.
No, this is a nice lock, but like pretty standard. You think a pretty good hit, or if like Garnet squished it between both of his hands, probably could. It probably would like just break. I assume you just kind of. I assume you kind of just walk up and like smush the tomato right into his forehead.
He's probably hungry. He's not gonna push it into his mouth.
Absolutely, like smush it and then smush it into his face, and then just move it down to his mouth.
Yeah. I mean, he gets hit with tomatoes, but he can't actually eat them because they're just smacking them.
This is true. But as you do that, you watch as he's just like, thank you. Haven't eaten in a bit. But yeah, tell me a way out. Tell me a way out.
Wait, if he was working for Iron Tooth, does that mean the dragon we
He
first
is.
killed was the bad guy? I mean, if what I meant is, if the dragon was working with Iron Tooth, does that mean the first dragon was actually a good guy?
No, he had an
No, it was a white dragon.
he had an
Oh, yeah.
and the dragon had an invitation to join them.
Oh,
Yes.
that's a fair point.
One, it was a white dragon. White dragon stuck. Two, he just had an invitation. He could have joined, but it was like a wormling.
And
That's
also,
a fair point.
and also, you got to understand that maybe the Iron Tooth did some good things. That doesn't mean that they're good people necessarily. They're probably people.
Yeah.
They probably have both.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
But the thing is like you guys don't know. You guys don't know much about the Iron Tooths. Like you just know that, like they are smugglers. Like just because they're doing a good thing here doesn't mean like oh they didn't smuggle some bad things out in the past.
That's a fair point.
But I say you guys just don't know. That's the thing.
What would Dame know about them?
Oh, Dame would probably know about them.
Yeah,
Gotta say,
that's not good. That's actually pretty bad.
but the thing is Dame has worked with bad and good people.
Yeah.
We've talked about that in the past, where it's like, yeah, Dame's worked for some mercenary companies, and he's also worked with some criminal organizations. The Iron Tooths are a weird group, but that would be Dame's information.
Yeah.
But I say,
You
Belt.
could tell me though, anyways.
I mean, I could, but that's not where we're at right now.
Oh.
Are they planning on keeping you here overnight?
Yes, but they're patrols. They come every 5 minutes.
We'd have a 5-minute time to break the lock and escape.
That would be the plan.
Alright. There is pretty much a manhole in the alleyway between the Athame and the house. That's the name of.
Oh, the merchant.
Oh no, the monster,
Oh,
the shit eaters.
the Otyugs.
Down the hall is a bunch of OTOs, but if you're fast enough and don't get hit by the mimic, there is a way out if you take the leftmost pathway.
Is it a straight shot?
It is a straight shot.
You watch a smile on his face. He's gonna insight you.
Do persuasion.
Persuasion. I say because of his past, he has advantage on insight checks. Specifically, insight checks on whether he's being scammed or not.
35. This is not a scam.
But I say 37.
It's not not a scam.
I rolled a natural 20. By the way,
Still not a scam.
Iron Tooth has a plus 17 to insight checks.
That makes sense. He still see that ain't a scam.
Yeah, he looks at you and goes,
Can you break the lock for me?
Yeah. Was waiting between the patrol.
Fair enough. They should be arriving in 10, 9.
and you watch as he counts down to 1. You watch as 2 guards pass by each other. They look in your guys' direction, but I assume you guys are continuing to like either pound him down with tomatoes or like basically just kind of beating him, or at least making it look like you're beating him.
Pretty much beating,
But
beating him with tomatoes.
But like as he counts, you watch them pass, and you watch as he starts to count up, and when he counts to 30, you watch those guards are out of sight again.
hear it now.
I see.
That means do the lock, Kazir.
Telling you don't.
Unlock the thing,
Oh,
Kazir.
yeah. Sorry, you got it.
Roll a lockpick check. Or a thieves' tools check.
You have expertise, so
Thieves' tools. There it is. 33.
Child's play. Legitimately, you almost scoff at this lock. It literally, it's like 2 movements, and it's just like, and it pops right off.
It'd be simpler.
But I say,
we're going to pretty much leave it like it looked flopped, but one quick pull would unlock it.
but I say he looks at you. Punch me in the gut.
Me or Blue?
Not me.
I'll do it.
I punch would do nothing.
I mean, yeah. Well, send it,
I will do
Garnan.
Garnan, you punch him in the gut.
Oh yeah, I punch him in the gut.
As you do, you watch and you watch as that scarab comes up to his teeth. Go ahead, take it.
I'm
Take the
gonna
scarab.
like go for what looks like a punch to the face, and as I'm doing that, I like fake a stumble and just barely miss him, grabbing it out of his teeth.
Absolutely. As you do, you watch as he kind of gives you guys a look of like, and if you're ever in for some business, look up the Iron Tooths. We're really good at smuggling.
But you're not good at recruiting. We found a note on a white dragon stand of yours.
White dragon. Oh, you're the ones who killed. Oh. You come far. That was some time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, why would you try to recruit a white dragon
Truthfully,
in the desert?
Truthfully, we were trying to pull it closer so that we could take its scales.
You know what? Fair. We took its scales instead.
Ah, fair enough. Fair trade. Hey, no fair deals. Fair is fair.
Alright.
But if you ever
We've had our fun.
But if you ever need some things or need to understand some of the culture around here, look up the Iron Tooths. We're stationed actually in Atharia currently.
Good to know.
Don't worry. If I wanted to talk with you, he just kind of licks his forehead. I'd have access.
Fair enough. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
You mean, don't not get caught by Yanti?
You see a very wide smile.
Nobody's perfect.
Fair.
It's true.
But I say, he kind of gives you guys a look of like,
When you leave, I'll be gone.
One more tomato and we leave.
all right, you just in his face.
No, I'm putting that
You-
thing in his fucking mouth, and gagging him.
He kind of bobs his
Gagging with tomato.
he kind of bobs his eyebrows in a like a thank you, like I needed some food. Get the sense it's probably
Why would
the
they do this?
Go ahead.
Why would they do this if they were planning on sacrificing him to the god? They want someone to be strong for a sacrifice. This is stupid.
You get the sense that also maybe sacrifices are probably a public event.
Yeah, true. But feed them to the point of overeating.
Not to quote Robin Hood Men in Tights, but it's just like tomorrow there's gonna be a wedding or a hanging.
Or hair.
Either way, it's gonna be a good time.
I love that.
That works.
It's very, I mean, it's very apropos for the time period, and for this world
Yeah,
too.
it is.
I mean, it's like tomorrow's gonna be a wedding or a hanging. Either way, it's gonna
Or
be a
hanging.
good time. But
Well,
What
We
would you
take
guys-
our leave after finishing off the 15 tomatoes.
Absolutely. As you do, you notice that merchant has not looked up from his money. He's literally just counting the coins. He got paid a lot.
My money.
Money. What you buying?
So he's Scrooge.
Yeah, I can't stop thinking of the money.
I just always think of
Doctor.
Dr. Money.
whenever I think of that stuff, I just think of
Time is money, friend.
That also works.
My hands are better.
Oh, History of the World Part 1. Count the money. Sorry, that was ringing in my head, and it just. Never mind.
either way. You guys,
By the way, we have a scarab.
you do indeed have a scarab. It was one of the paths you guys could have taken. But you had to.
become a Yamsi and become overpowered.
I mean,
Maybe we can go. I don't know. Or we can get a room at the inn, or we can go to the palace to speed run get the sword.
up to you guys.
Because this would probably get us access to the palace. Sure, let's do that, I guess. Let's go to the palace. Or,
Abs-
actually, Blue needs a little nap. Just in case there's a fight, we need a little nap.
All right, you guys want to head to the inn then?
Yeah.
Either we can do the
Take
inn
it.
or just take a short rest
Yeah.
somewhere.
Well, you need to find a.
I would like a long rest personally, if
Fair.
possible. I know it's kind of a stretch, but it would let me change subclass.
That is true. So switch from trickery to order.
Or other way around, but yeah.
Oh, from order to trickery.
Why do you want to be a
If
trickster?
y'all wanna, but if we do take a long rest, they'll probably up security since the goblin will be gone.
That's true.
It's up to you guys.
I just need a short rest.
No, then a
And
short
they
rest.
also need,
Yeah,
We'll just do a short
Zero
rest
also
then.
needs one.
that works.
Because Zero also needs one to get back his stuff on.
Oh, yeah.
Fair enough. So you guys go.
Wait, I think that's an
Short rest.
invocation, so. Never mind. It still needs to reset.
I say a short rest will reset that for you. So
Yeah.
not even a nap, just like going to a place and resting for an hour. The only thing is, it's like you got to go
Yeah.
somewhere because you know that loitering isn't a thing here.
Let's go get food at the inn. I'm hungry after abusing a goblin.
Absolutely. So you guys go to the Athame. Bless you.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
But I say you guys head to the Athame, and I mean it's basically a. To make a comparison, it's kind of like it's very much like a dive bar. A lot of shady characters, a lot of people who don't trust each other. There are a couple of people that seem to be the life of the party, but like they're also kind of like you get the sense that they're like a pretty rough and tumble crowd. I assume you guys are trying to stay not noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, for the sake of brevity, you guys could like hang out in a booth, like in a corner or something, and just get some food and some drink.
Oh, does that
That's what we're
pass
gonna
without
do.
a trace reset every day or every short rest?
For the mark,
Yeah, the mark one.
if I
sorry.
remember correctly, for the mark of mask, that resets on a long rest. But let me double check, because it's been a minute since I've looked at your marks information.
Yeah, same, and I'm pretty sure it's long rest, but I just wanted to double check to make sure. Okay, where is it?
Here we go. Here we go. Masks abilities. Reset. But I say if the mask is, if your abilities are if you've gained your abilities through Himpatef, in the shadows, perfect strike, that stuff is once per day. But I say the only things you get back on a short rest are your pass without a trace.
Oh, cool.
Everything
That's
else,
good.
everything else is long rest.
I get literally nothing because I've
Then-
used nothing other than my ability.
Garnan has gained knowledge, which honestly is vastly more
Mhm.
useful.
True.
But
In the bar, are the I assume there are Yanti aberrations and such. Are they like eating alone?
Actually, a lot of the aberrations are like they're actually like being the most boisterous. This seems to be the only place that they can be like kind of the life of the party. There are some purebloods, but you notice that they keep their distance from everybody else. Like
Okay.
you see a lot of the abominations and the but I say you also see a weird kind of Yanti that looking at them almost makes you uncomfortable. Like, it's, how do I explain this? They seem to be like a black scaled Yanti with the kind of like a cobra hood, but it's a bit flatter. And you see that their eyes are snake-like, but there's like a purple tinge to the slits going upwards. I would say for the majority of your party, you guys are used to seeing beings with like creatures that have a natural touch of magic. It's kind of like that, but it's more natural rather than like, oh, I learned magic. It's like, no, you get the sense this guy was probably born with magic. It's a little unsettling. I mean, if you guys decide to order food and drink, the drink here is actually interesting. They actually don't really serve alcohol here. If you get alcohol, it's wine. And if you want anything else, it's either water or like almost like a fruit juice. And it's kind of like a fruit blend.
Oh god, they serve high C.
Kind of, yeah. But I say it's kind of, and as far as food goes, like the food here is actually pretty nice. A lot more meats, which kind of makes sense, snake people. But they also do sell like produce, but the produce is pretty expensive.
Yeah, it's kind of fucking hard to get these vegetables.
It's true, but you guys literally could eat like wild beast meat. Some of this stuff doesn't even have a name; it just says the special. You ask.
Who wants some of that special?
You ask what it is, and they're just like the special. It's like, what makes it
I don't
special?
know.
What makes it special? We killed it today. Oh.
The chef brought it in the back this morning. We don't know what it was.
We don't know what it was. It was a beast that was roaming, and now we're eating it.
And it tastes good. Don't complain.
Don't complain.
Yeah,
You don't like it? Go get your food elsewhere.
makes sense.
Which essentially, it's like,
Bluesky,
oh, go ahead.
how much for a special?
For a special, it's like 5 silver.
Blue buys himself a special.
Absolutely. But I say the rest of you guys just did you guys want to eat anything, or are you guys just gonna let it slide?
I'm letting it be.
Absolutely.
Hey, Kazir will let it slide.
Absolutely. Garden?
He's tempted. He will eat.
Absolutely. It's 5 silver.
Ah, balls.
They'll break a gold if you have a gold.
I mean, I've got money. I just don't know where it is on my sheet.
Uh-oh.
Do you want Blue to pay 5 silver for you?
No, I got it. Somewhere.
Somewhere. Hold on, I got a fish in my pockets. Give me a second.
A really deep pocket.
As Garnen's trying to pay, he pulls out a pocket lint.
He opens up. He's like, ah, here it is. Opens up a bag, and a moth comes out. Oh, wrong bag.
Those are my snacks for later.
Oh shit! I'll have to catch a new one later.
I think it's on my old sheet. It is because I haven't brought over my money on my new sheet yet. All right, 5 silver has been paid.
Absolutely, you will take it, and it's essentially like meat. Like, if you guys have you guys seen like meat skewers from Breath of the Wild?
No.
Kind of looks like, well, it basically looks like kebabs. It's essentially seared meat with some seared veggies, but like high emphasis on the meat.
2 veggies for every 6 meat.
Pretty much, yeah. Speaking of, babe, we should pick up stew meat at some point and do some kebabs. It sounds delicious.
Oh
Just pick
God.
Or something and put it
Yeah.
ourselves like
Yeah.
we usually do.
We usually do. So we should do that.
Kebabs are ruined for me.
I'm down.
I'm really
How come?
hungry.
I am too, actually. I ate before we started, and I'm hungry again.
I haven't eaten since I woke up yet, so.
Bad wealth.
Ooh.
I
I woke
had a
up to play
chicken
D&D. What do you
sandwich.
mean, bad me?
Bad for not taking care of yourself. But
I'm the worst.
either way, so you guys eat up and get some drink. Garnet, in that time, your about to say your disguise self does end. I assume you put your hood up and just basically kind of practice what the others are doing.
Yeah, pretty much.
About to say they're being boisterous and everything, but like you're eating food, so it makes sense for your head to be down. Which, by the way, even though it's a lot of meat, it's really well seasoned. It's actually pretty good. Like this is.
You're gonna make me hungrier. I'm gonna have to go eat.
I'm sorry, but it's essentially it is seasoned seared meat with seared like peppers.
Okay, I'm gonna go get food.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. To be fair, I made myself hungry. After we finish, I'm probably gonna eat something before going to bed.
It's fine. We're just about to hit 4 hours.
Yeah, we're about to hit 4 hours. But anyways,
Yeah, we got like 3 minutes.
pretty much, yeah. That being said, you guys take a short rest. About to say, Blue, you regain your bardic inspirations because you get your spell slot and your uses of Pass Without a Trace.
Sweet.
Yippee.
Henrik is just being quiet and vibing.
We're getting some chalky milk.
Drinking his chalky milk.
No one knows where he got it from.
I like to imagine Henrik
They
is.
don't sell it.
I like to imagine Henrik is probably fascinated with like anything that might be like technological in this society or magical. But the problem is like it's so like they're so reclusive that it's just like if they have any, it's not noticeable. It's not firsthand knowledge.
Makes sense.
So
They
Henrik,
stole that shit.
yeah. So Henrik is probably very much like, how are they doing this? This is interesting. You know.
Yeah, it makes
know.
sense.
But that being said, you guys eat up.
Why is there so much?
Everything good?
There is so much fucking Sonic analog horror. It's weird.
I mean, yeah. I could have told you that.
There are like 5 different genres of just Sonic analog horror.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is odd.
I mean, it is what it is, you know.
True.
But that being said,
Fuck you, Pinterest.
fuck you, Pinterest. So that being said, you guys recharge, eat some food. what would you guys like to do?
Is Tiny
Probably
renting us
in
a room?
session.
Oh.
So,
yeah.
About to
Oh,
say,
honestly, we're about to hit 4 hours.
Yeah.
We're missing a person.
Yep.
This is a kind of
Well,
a good
technically,
stop.
we're missing two now since Ralph is.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'm just basically asking the question: are you guys going to be heading to the temple? Are you guys like wanting to take some time for me to plan?
I don't think we can
We'll
really
probably go
make
to
a
the
plan
temple.
until we actually.
My food is being cooked.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
How about first off, we spend the short rest pretty much listening to Ice and Summer about like what we could do in the temple and about the Baron Lord, because from Iron 2, there is only a Baron, not a Baron Lord here.
All right. In that case, this would be a good place
Which is
to. We could do this, drop a little bit of lore, and then we can, you know.
Yeah, it works for me.
Ice and Summer basically goes, well, from my knowledge of the temples, any person can enter the temple, but they can only enter the room of prayer, where they can give up offerings to the Quetzal Queen, or they can offer up themselves, which I don't recommend.
What does that do?
Above game, that's a place where people can essentially commit seppuku to the Quetzal Queen.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or
That's about right.
even some Yuan-ti, if they have like bastard children, they will bring them in for sacrifice.
Ew.
Yeah.
Hey, God, take my child.
Yeah, welcome to fucking Yuan-ti culture. Like they
Yeah, but they're so cool.
they are cool, but they're fucking awful people. But I say,
Yeah, but it's worth it because those stats, though.
but I say Drow. Unfortunately, Drow are the equivalent and kind of worse. But I say, the more Karik learns about this culture, the more he hates it.
Because it's just him. It's just Drow culture, but like,
Just to say that, don't blame him.
Yeah, very much like just, yeah, they sacrifice babies, and he's just like, oh great, great.
Oh,
I
great.
do
This
too.
shit again.
Settle down. It's
Wonderful.
fine. Maybe don't be such a fucking prude. Okay, it's normal.
Sure.
How do you think I got here?
But you watch as Ice and Summer kind of explains. Basically, they have no problem with self-sacrificing or sacrificing of anybody they seem as lesser to the Quetzal Queen. It's almost seen as an offering to their families. It brings good fortune, supposedly, or even enhances their power.
These guys are messed up.
Oh, very,
Agreed.
very much so. There's a reason why we don't like them in Uskar. They'll typically take one of us and bring us here for sacrifice. I say something, powerful beings. Something, blood for the Quetzal Queen.
Blood for the blood god.
Pretty much.
Accurate.
but for the corrupted snake god.
I mean, they do like blood. But that being said, but there is just traditional prayers, and there is even giving up normal offerings to the Quetzal Queen. You could give up, as far as I know from our interrogations, scales, fangs, food, money. Ultimately depends on what you want out of the exchange. However, we can't go. Typically, we couldn't go deeper into the temple without means of getting in, where you can see where they can bring you to essentially a hall of religion, and they even allow you to put offerings into the hoard. But if you do that, it's in front of the Baron.
He did that, it'd be putting the scarab into the hole.
But it would put you in good. But it would put us in good favor. At least according to their customs.
According to the customs, and we'd be able to see if that sword's there.
Mm-hmm. It would be a good way to know if it's there.
And if it isn't, oh well, we got on a good side. Thumbs up.
You watch as she like smiles and like a yay, yeah.
The thing is,
If it isn't, yes.
if it's the only thing we have to be careful of is that the Hall of Religion, at least from what I know, is huge. It's also where they keep their pets.
What kind of pet?
You watch as she lifts up.
Hydra.
Yeah, she lifts up multiple fingers and wiggles them all.
And we don't have Bip.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't
The
have.
Hydra slaying goddess.
I mean, yeah. But I say, no need to brag, but Bim's got a couple of kills under her under her belt, you know. But I say, and just nervous Bimp noises insert. But she goes, if this is a Baron, then at least all is not lost. A Baron Lord I'd be much more afraid of. If we...
Irontooth did say it was just a Baron.
If he is telling the truth...
I'll be right back.
Absolutely.
If he's telling the truth, then that's a little bit more manageable. They are powerful, but they're not as powerful. They can probably cast spells, and they could probably fight pretty decently. But they'll probably have more guards than they would fight on their own. A Baron Lord probably wouldn't even need guards.
Do you watch her? She kind of cringes at the thought of a Baron Lord, just like,
We've only fought one in the past, and that was more than enough to show us why the Yuan-ti survived in this culture. They have a really powerful abilities to even conjure snakes. The one that we fought a while back was able to summon a hydra of ridiculous size. It took 10.
Who's gonna start making Molotov?
absolutely. But I say she kind of continues. It took 10 of our war cats to bring it down.
Oh.
Which, yeah, no. But as a considering, you guys know the size of those things. They're the size of essentially woolly mammoths. Like, the fact that it took 10 of them is like, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, above game, it probably would take a decent amount of Bimp fireballs to destroy that thing. And Bimp would probably have to unload the clip in order to put it down.
That's what Meteor is for.
Yeah, it's true. But even then, that might not be enough.
Meteor plus
Fireballs.
Strike.
Fireball! Fireball! But at least it would be more manageable. Since it's a Baron, it probably has more guards. The only thing is that do we try to take the sword and run? Do we try to fight them? Or do we scope out and try to come back? The only thing is I don't like the thought of just coming back. Especially after, our friend will be gone.
Agreed.
Got one step of any of the plans. We got the Scarab.
Which is good. And eyes are off of
Did
us.
we run from a Hydra?
And we could possibly we could. But it'd be easier said than done. We could, if we could take the item and run, and go out the way we came.
That sounds good to me. We have a massive handicap here. We can't really use fire, which is their only weakness. that I know of.
I mean, you guys could roll a nature check on, or a nature or arcana check on hydras.
Hey, sure. I'll roll. Oh, I accidentally closed my character sheet, I guess.
That's how much I know.
By nature or what, Chip?
Nature or arcana.
Go Arcana.
Same for me. I'll go nature just because then.
22.
Oh, not one. I know nothing about hydras.
You just think of the hydra you guys had. You just think of the hydra you guys had to fight in the past, and you're just like.
22.
22. You would know that a traditional hydra, like they don't really have like weaknesses or anything like that, but their abilities are hindered by fire. Like it prevents them from like regrowing their heads.
Would Garnan have an inkling of an idea about anything about hydras?
Roll a nature or arcana check. But I say maybe, and the thing is he might know more than you think.
Sure.
Nature or art? I'm going to do nature because I have proficiency in that. It'll be a 17.
17. But I say, believe it or not, Garnan, you actually know a little bit about hydras because there are hydras that exist in Tuscadol. They do happen. They're not good, but they do happen. And the weird part is that your tribes don't know where they come from. They just seem to come from the north. You would know that they are typically very dangerous tribes. Like many elder members of the tribe end up having to fight them, and it's almost became a little bit of a rite of passage for like the fighters of the tribes. Obviously, it's about like working together to take them down, more than anything else. It basically is showing like your blood and knowing that you're willing to die for your tribe, but ultimately better to you would be aware that they are often very scary, very dangerous. Cutting their heads off often leads to two taking their place. Fire is crucial to taking them down. And at the end of the day, like sometimes and like even your tribe's not afraid this. Has not been afraid to say this. Every now and again, it's okay to just not engage, leave them be. If anything, try to give them something that they can chase. As far as fighting goes, though, spreading out, keeping your distance, always keeping the heads busy is crucial to fighting hydras. It's kind of the majority of what you got. The problem here is the fact that there are multiple kinds of hydras. So until you see it for yourself, you're not sure like what all you could do. But from general knowledge, you would know fire is like the main way to take them down. It prevents them.
Of which none of us have, other than him. He has fire due to that paladin feature.
I have a single D4
fire damage.
A single T4.
That's enough. It'll stop regeneration.
That is true.
So you could single-handedly take on a hydra.
Garnan could, technically.
Fair.
Well, fuck. Now that's what I want to do. I want to take on a hydra solo.
We'll decide what to do in London. We don't know how many soldiers, how many hydras, their power. We'll decide then. But right now, looking more than likely running away.
It's gonna come down to if we know for a fact that it's there. If we can find that sword.
You know, since my disguise worked, I know that my invisibility would also work if we needed it at some point.
Bob's eyebrows.
It doesn't last for very long, but I would be able to slip in and slip out.
I mean, do you think you could hold it long enough to be able to get the blade out?
It lasts for what, 6 seconds?
6 seconds, 1 round.
Ooh.
But if Garnan can get close,
If I'm fast.
If I can get close and if I can be fast.
It would imply we would need to run a distraction if we wanted to do that, or at least keep them busy while Garnan grabs it.
Wouldn't be the first time
I
I'd
would-
run in somewhere to steal something.
I'm a good distraction.
It wouldn't be a bad idea. We would just need to be careful, that's all. It's ultimately going to come down to... Blue, could you be over the top and very persuasive in conversation?
Yeah.
So you mean the thing my entire life is based around? I
Yes.
think so.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe we can keep a couple of them busy. Kazir, Balraith, Karik, and Henrik. If we can, if there are multiple guards or even some Hydra, if we can keep them, keep their eyes off of things, at least keep them busy enough. Maybe we can cover for Garnan so that Garnan could grab it if it's there. My one worry is if it's a weapon of praise and power. What if they have it? Like, what if the Baron is wielding it?
That is a
Might.
very reasonable.
What if
I'm
they
not
are?
terrible at pickpocketing.
Agreed.
Plus, if they are, I don't think any of us are that demonic that the blade would be over the top on it. It'll be a good blade, but
This is true. It more than likely, I mean, it'd be a good. From what I understand from the main, any person can wield the blade, but they don't get the benefits unless they are dedicated to, dedicated to a god, like a good god. That's thus the name, the Holy Avenger. It's
I have to. This is based off a lot of what ifs. Right now, all we can really do is just go in there and see what we're dealing with.
This is the truth. Well, so the plan goes that we go in and we give them the scarab, and just scope it out and see if we can find it.
Do you know if Yanti like music?
I mean, yes, but it has to be their kind of music.
Who needs to find out their kind of music?
I mean, I could tell you if you want to know.
Go ahead.
They prefer flute-like music.
Just slowly pulls out a flute.
I say, I
know how to use a flute.
I can show you a little bit, but obviously I'm not fluent in. But I can show you a little bit.
All you need to know is their style, and I can pull it off.
My mind is going to the Nimona quote. What's the plan? Something, something, something. We win.
Step one, steal underwear. Step 3, profit. What's stage 2? But as a above game, the music Yanti is the music that soothsayers play.
Oh, hell it.
But I say like
Blue can do that. He has a proficiency in the flute, he has expertise in fucking performance.
Could definitely try, that's for sure. But as you guys are planning, you guys get a short rest in, preparing for your infiltration and your plans to try to steal the Holy Avenger. That is where we're gonna end the session for tonight. We're just about 4 hours and 20 minutes. Nice.
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 That's a weed reference. But this
I don't
is
get it.
I know, right? But I say this is a good natural stopping point, a good place to leave off for tonight, and quite possibly a place to leave off for a month.
Sounds good.
As we step into Call of Cthulhu and start trying to survive, which is going to be a good
Step
time.
into tack.
Listen, yeah, man, you gotta know what to do, and you gotta know when to hold them and know when to fold them, you know what I'm saying?
Shut up.
Bullshit.
I like that song. Don't ruin it.
I do like that song too. But for stream purposes, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. We'll see you guys next week, where we'll probably be starting Call of Cthulhu. That is the plan, anyways. But in the meantime, stay frosty, my friends.
Peace.